Hello, my name's Daniel Ross and I'm a proud Wurundjeri man. I'd like to start off today by acknowledging my ancestors past, my elders present and my emerging leaders. I'd like to extend my respects to everybody here and acknowledge your elders past and present. Today we meet on the home of my ancestors, my home, Naarm. We've had a continued connection here since the beginning of time. We learnt from Bunjil's law, Bunjil being our creator spirit, the wedge-tailed eagle. He taught us that if we cared for country, country would care for us. What a place to do the marathon. Where I'm standing now was one of our original ceremony grounds. From here, our people were dispossessed to places like Bolin and Billabong near Bulleen and Corandurk Mission at Healesville. We've had some tremendous leaders. Simon Wonga negotiated the first treaty right here in what we know now as Melbourne. Treaty 2022? Wow. William Barak, instrumental in seeing our people get paid. 1967, we seen a referendum in Australia that voted on Aboriginal people becoming human. Human, not that long ago. Today I'm doing the welcome. The welcome is me opening the front door to my home. The smoking ceremony represents a cleansing to make sure you don't bring the bad spirits with you, the bad happenings that we may not all know about, but as we traverse through country and other people's countries, we don't know where or what we've stood on and bring with us. It's important that we respect Bunjil's law on country. And some of the fantastic landmarks you might see on your journey is the building with William Barak's face on the facade. Tremendous leader, the Birrarung, the Yarra River. I'd like to wish you all well today and I'd like to welcome you all to my home, the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people. Our traditional lands go west to the Werribee River, north to the Great Divide, east to Mount Borbor, south to Mordialloc Creek. Wominjeka Wurundjeri Bullock, Yemen Gundibik. I'd like to welcome you all to the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Good luck.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Great to be back to our pre-COVID format, all distances on the one day with the return of some key festival elements. A beautiful day here in Melbourne is forecasted as we see a lovely morning this morning, and we are looking forward to our 6 events that will take place over the course of the day here in Melbourne. Over 34,000 competitors will make their way to the start line at Batman Avenue and conclude their run here in the MCG. We are looking forward to seeing some top-ranked athletes that are going to take part in all of our events throughout the course of the morning. We've got a star-studded lineup in each of our 6 events, especially the Nike Melbourne Marathon and the Nike Half Marathon as well. So plenty of great exciting running to happen throughout the course of this morning, and we are certainly looking forward to the 44th edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. We must acknowledge some of our major partners that have been great supports of the Nike Melbourne Marathon, and that is our title partner Nike, who are great supporters year 2 of their association with the Melbourne Marathon. And our premium partners as well, BMW, Gatorade, Sri Lankan Airlines and Bupa will also play their part in today's event as well. So we're looking forward to a great morning here at Melbourne as we can see plenty of runners making their way to the start line at Batman Avenue with the first of our events getting underway at 7 o'clock. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And one of the great highlights is the Nike Half Marathon being sold out for 2022. 12,000 runners will take part in our one of our big major events, which will get underway at 8 a.m. So all is in readiness for a big day here on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. We've got a live stream happening. We've got plenty going on, plenty of runners ready to take on their respective journeys. And it all kicks off at 7 a.m. with the Nike Melbourne Marathon, 42 kilometres. And we'll look at some of the major players that will take part in our women's and male categories in the marathon and Nike Half Marathon very, very soon. It should be a beautiful day here in Melbourne. The weather looking at the maximum of 20 degrees, sunny with some light winds becoming south to southwesterly later in the afternoon, becoming light in the evening. So it should be ideal conditions for our runners here this morning. We've got some international runners. We haven't seen it for a couple of years now, but looking forward to seeing our international runners. 3 runners from Kenya and 1 runner from Ethiopia, as well as Australia's best running talent. And one of the great stories is that all marathon runners that took part in the Commonwealth Games will be here in Melbourne this morning.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Oh, beautiful work there from our national anthem singer in Mia Sophonios, as I welcome my co-commentator on the live stream for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival in Sean Webb. Sean, great to have you part of the broadcast once again.
Trent, what a day. As you've said, sold out half marathon, over 35,000 people running, and this beautiful view of the city and some hot air balloons making the most of the morning before our runners take to the course.
That's fantastic, and I'll tell you what a lineup of runners we have got installed for all of our events, but especially our Nike Marathon and our Nike Half Marathon events. Some top-line runners. We've got some international runners, which we haven't seen for a couple of years now, and obviously the cream of the crop when it comes to our Australia runners.
Yeah, as you were saying, both course records are, sort of on notice today. Obviously, it's a pretty big job for Timothy Rono. He does have a 2:07:01 PB, so I think he's got his teammate there, Cornelius Kibet's going to be on pace duties. As we can see here, we've got our famous course, and we'll have to see how that wind plays out for them today on Beach Road. That'll probably be the decider for the course records.
Absolutely, and obviously a beautiful start here at Batman Avenue, and we finish here at the MCG, which has been absolutely iconic for a number of years now. But yeah, I guess that Beach Road, Beaconsfield Parade area is going to be really the telling point, especially for those that are maybe the chasing group to try and upstage our 2 Kenyan runners.
Yeah, and look, it'll be interesting to see what happens. We've noted there, we've got the course records up on screen. Obviously, Sinead Diver with a cracking run back in 2018 that really marked her emergence as a bit of a superstar, and Dominique Ondoro way back in 2013. So I think there'll be surely a bit of a bonus on the line to try and sneak under those course records and bring the race up and up and up. Here with our fields, I think Liam Adams, bit of a late scratching. Otherwise, we've got Riley Cox from South Australia, Reece Edwards backing up from the Australian Marathon Championships, which he won in Sydney, Timothy Rono, Cornelius Kiplagat, and then on the women's side, Yenabeba Ajigu from Ethiopia and Beatrice Cheptu from Kenya. Both of whom set their PBs in 2021 in Malaga.
Absolutely, and I guess looking at the male PBs, as you said, a 2:07, a 2:08 from our 2 international runners, Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kiplagat. Can you see it be broken this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's really going to depend. We're sort of hearing that Cornelius is going to be on pace duties and sort of how far he can get for Tim Rono. But yeah, if he can get him to 25, 30K and the weather's good, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Isn't this a great sight? The start line at Batman Avenue, and look at all those runners, and we are back to the pre-COVID format, all the races on the one day. It's just great to see so many people back here in Melbourne and taking a part, isn't it?
Yeah, such an exciting day for so many elements of the running community, and the marathon, the half marathon, all means different things to different people, and we really get to see that on display today.
12,000 will take part in the half marathon, brought to you by Nike as well. So all is in readiness for a great day here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon, with the first event getting underway at 7 a.m. It is the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with my running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down.
I don't think I really want to do this anymore.
She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join the...
Oh, we did it again. Yeah, baby.
Yep. Oh, Jimmy, we are down here at the start line again for the 44th running of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. I'm a little bit excited, mate. It's great to be back. Welcome back, Melbourne.
Welcome back indeed, and of course there's absolutely perfect conditions here today. Hardly a breath of wind for those people running for the first time and those people running for the 44th time. They've got one of the most magnificent Melbourne mornings to this iconic Nike Melbourne Marathon event. It's going to be an unbelievable day.
Oh, Jimmy, it's absolutely stellar down here. Just to feel the excitement, just having back to those pre-COVID times and having back, just everyone being back around. We've just had a chat to Ariane Titmusis down here to do the race start for us. We've had a chat to a few of our other runners as well. It's very exciting.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. And of course, this event is the largest marathon in the country. It's unbelievable the amount of participants here for all distances, but the marathon itself is going to be a wonderful start to the actual campaign today to get these events underway.
Yeah, it's been a sellout across the distances as well, Jimmy. It's been sold out for a few weeks now, and it's just everyone's here on the start line. We're just looking down towards Swan Street as well. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we've got you can see the balloons in the background, which is quite incredible, just showing how still the morning is. And of course, we are less than half a minute away from our race start, which is going to be absolutely fantastic today.
Yeah, no, very excited, Jimmy, and welcome to the stream, and it's going to be fantastic. You're going to see some fantastic action out here, and we are nearly 2 minutes away.
Yeah, not too far away now. Just waiting for the official start.
Hey guys.
They're back on their PA license. Just now.
For all those inspirational and aspirational runners out there, have a great day. We are just about to head off. We're not too far away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck,
Oh, what a start to the Nike Melbourne Marathon. A big contingent of runners at the start line at Batman Avenue, Sean, and looking forward to seeing how this one unfolds. Obviously, we've got the two Kenyan runners, Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kiplagat, that will be certainly ones to watch, but there are a couple of Australians, obviously minus Liam Adams. Who are we going to be looking out for?
I think our main interesting story is going to be probably Reece Edwards on the men's side, in that he's backed up quite rapidly from Sydney Marathon. He got the win in the national title. You can see him there in that sort of grey vest in the middle with the bright red shoes, as we see our gents up the front. Tim Crosby might have stitched us up slightly. He looks like we've got a third international entry there on pace duties in the distinctive red kit. But that orange kit you'll see, pretty familiar to everyone around the world, is the Rosa group, so a big Italian management group that works with a lot of Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes. They're working out of Brescia in Italy, lovely part of the world. But on the Aussie front, yeah, I think, I'm not sure how long Reece will go with this here. He's the taller lad in the middle with the blonde hair. But yeah, he's got a PB around the 2:12 mark. So we'll wait and see how much of this he has a crack at. But otherwise, I think a little bit further back when the camera cuts later in the day will be Izzy Bat-Doyle on her debut.
And Riley Cox is the one that really intrigues me as well. Obviously wearing bib number 5. He had a PB in Melbourne, 2 hours 17:44. Come 4th last year and really flown under the radar and went out pretty hard. So I think from the second time around, he's going to be more experienced at the journey and understand what it takes to be one of those leading contenders.
Yeah, I recall last year had a massive crack last year with Brett Robinson and Ed Goddard up the front, and then sort of had to hang on a bit at the end. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see, I guess, what sort of made of the pace today and how long he wants to go with this. But we'll get an indication, I guess, sort of through that first 5K. But yeah, if those gents at the front are looking to break that course record and get under that 2:10 mark, it might be something Reece and Riley are curious to dip their toes in with.
What's the strategy they'll go in with? Because we know that the Kenyan boys are going to be quick and they're going to race off and they're going to want to peel off, as they've already sort of started with that other group of 4 runners. What do you have to do to try and make sure that you don't lose too much tact with them, I guess?
Yeah, well, the toughest thing is, and I'm sure they will have been told this pre-race, is you're not really sure I guess there's not much behind you. So if Reece or Riley, you know, if they do drop off at one point here, you know, maybe they work together a little bit. But if either of them are feeling sprightly enough to have a crack at that sort of 2:10, 2:09 mark, which would be a big jump, you know, maybe they make the most of this for the first 5 to 10K and see what happens.
Hey, beautiful conditions in the streets of Melbourne. It's just an absolute beautiful sight, isn't it? It is Australia's largest marathon and #1 marathon, that is for sure. Stairs and catch up with our other commentators, Danny and Dan, who are at the MCG.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Officially back. Welcome down to the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon. Back to its original format, one day, Sunday, right here. Every single runner and everyone participating today want to be it's right here on the finish line. My name is Danny Alder, and right next to me, someone who knows a lot more about running, and my partner in crime, it is Danny O'Brien. How are you doing?
I'm good, Danny. I'm so pumped to be here again for another great year. And I couldn't ask for a better day. I'm sure every other runner out there today is so excited. The conditions are what we would consider absolutely perfect.
It is looking absolutely stunning. Now, this, of course, is the finish line. This is the be-all and end-all where everybody wants to end up. And this, of course, is where the party is going to be, right here. Now, we're going to be taking you through every step of it. The day sort of changes, Danielle, as the day goes along. You know, you meet the elite runners, and then the story goes from there. Tell us about those elites that are coming in today.
Look, we've been really fortunate to bring in some internationals. We're really going to change the pace of this race and set a new standard. It's really exciting to really elevate some of our own local elites. I think it'll make for a great watch, as you're probably all sitting in watching the live stream now. Keep you on the edge of your seat, which is really exciting.
And that's right. And as we go around a little bit, if we just have a look, we've got our amazing volunteers here from CPEC. Give us a big cheer, guys. They're CPEC, an amazing organisation and charity, doing incredible work, and we'll meet some of the stories along the way. Of course, there's some people doing their first marathon. Do you remember your first one? How was that for you?
I do remember my first, and I'm proud to say it was the Nike Melbourne Marathon so long ago, and it really does set a foundation for a sport that we all love so much. It gives so much to you, the marathon. You know, I feel like it's an infinite amount of improvement to be done. So it does keep you coming back, even if it is small increments. And if it's not for you, there are so many other great events like the Nike Half Marathon. And we've got, you know, the other shorter events, which are just as amazing as the marathon themselves.
That's exactly right. We've got 6 courses out there today, and different people running for the first time, perhaps, or running for a charity or for a loved one. And that's where our spectators come in. If we get a shot out here, there's a few people warming up in the stands here. There's people getting their spot nice and early, I must say. Hey, if you have come down to give some loved ones for your support for the runners today, make some noise. They're still waking up. They're still waking up, but that's okay. That's where we're going to bring the energy down to you, down on the finish line here. This is going to be a sea of people. Some people crossing the line in different states. They're going to be, some of them crying, laughing, different outfits. And, of course, we've got our Spartans today. You can't have a Nike Melbourne Marathon without the Spartans, of course.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, I think we're off now to Jimmy and Aaron. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. Good on you guys. Big day ahead. It's all part of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
So there's our leading runners. We've got the Australian Reece Edwards. We've got our 2 Kenyan runners, Timothy Rona, a 2:07.23 PB, and Cornelius Kipligat, 2:08.24. So they'll be certainly in contention to try and break that record that's been held here at Melbourne since 2013. Dominic Adero with 2 hours 10:47. What a sight. Great aerial view here as our runners are making their way onto St Kilda Road. And gee, what a glorious morning, Sean. You couldn't get better conditions.
Yeah, I think when you look in the marathon playbook of exactly what you want on the morning of your fast, slow debut marathon, whatever it may be for you, it's a cool, calm morning with no wind whatsoever, and that's what we've got. So in a perfect bit of weather here. But yeah, as you can see at the front, we've got Cornelius Kipligat and Nelson Kibet in the red on pace duties, and Timothy Rona with that sort of relaxed style on the right-hand side with the white cap, with Reece Edwards tucked in on the left and Riley Cox tucked in on the right. So we'll wait and see. As we said last year, it's a bit like a fine wine. Got to wait for it to develop a little bit, see how they get through their first split. and see where the pace is headed.
We're about 2.5 Ks through our leaders and our second chasing group. Now, I reckon Izzy Bat-Doyle might not be far away in that second chasing group. So, obviously, she won the half marathon last year. She's had a really busy program in 2022, obviously competing at the Commonwealth Games in the 10,000 metres, where she placed 8th in a time of 32.04. It's her debut marathon. She's up against two runners that have run 2:25s as their PB. How do you see Izzy Bat-Doyle's chances stepping up to the 42K run?
Yeah, look, it's she was interviewed earlier in the week, and I think her mindset coming in was that whenever an athlete tries to debut at a marathon, you want something that is controllable. So, she's from Adelaide, you don't have to fly too far, you've sort of got everything under control to try your first marathon out. So I'm not sure if she's directly considering the win today. I'm sure she wouldn't rule it out if things go awry for our 225 athletes. But yeah, I think anything under 229, sort of that 230 mark, anything under there today would be a really, really encouraging debut from a promising young athlete.
Well, 2:25.19 from Sinead Diver is the course record here in the Melbourne Marathon. Completed in 2018. It'd take some more run to try and run that chase down, because it wasn't the greatest of days that day either. It was a very swirly day, and what Sinead produced that day was nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, I remember that race, Sinead. I think she might have had Jack Rayner and Stuart McSwain on pace duty, so a pretty elite pace crew, but worked out spectacularly well for Sinead on the day, and that is often, the decision of, or the sort of mark of how a marathon goes, what your pace crew's like and how far you're going to get with each of those paces. But have to wait and see how that one pans out as we see our lead groups snaking their way out of the city, making their way past some early morning trams.
Absolutely, and they've just made a little bit of an inroad on the chasing group there, which I dare say will have a couple of pace runners for Izzy Bat-Doyle, because we know that, she's going to be one of the main players in the women's race, and looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. But at the moment, we've got our two Kenyan runners in Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kiplagat up the front, with two Australians as well in Reece Edwards, who was an Australian marathon champion in 2022, and obviously Riley Cox, who's back in the Nike Melbourne Marathon for a second go, finishing 4th last year in a time of 2 hours 17:44. So much to play out over the next couple of hours. Looking forward to what happens, and obviously whether that bonus goes off too, if they can break that course record, which is going to be exciting to see as the morning progresses.
Once upon a time, I was happy, I was fine. Well, not exactly fine, but making it work till the world blew all over the place, splitting apart, breaking my heart. I wanna help, but I don't even know where to start. But surely we can give it a try. Maybe it's time.
Maybe this was a mistake.
That voice in our heads that urges you forward.
I started this. I can finish it.
Fuel it.
3 minutes. All right, I'm going to start with gold, gold, gold. That's what we've got here with the Sealy. Ariana Timmins, thank you so much for joining us here for the Melbourne Marathon. What an amazing day for these incredible amount of people running the marathon.
A bit chilly for me as a Queenslander, but no, it's very still. I think it's really great conditions for a marathon today, but I'm so excited to be down here. I haven't really been at the start line of a marathon before, so I think the atmosphere is pumping.
It is quite amazing, isn't it, Ariana? And you'll be able to tell us more. We'll ask you more about what that's like before you go into a race at a major event. But the atmosphere this morning, the balloons in the background, it was just perfect conditions to start the race today.
Yeah, it was great, and it was cool to see like a lot of international runners here as well, getting ready. I mean, this is, I think, a really big race, so I'm excited to actually watch it as well.
Yeah. How does it compare to some of the races that you've done overseas, whether it be at World Champs or Com Games or Olympic Games? How does it compare the atmosphere when you're going out or going down to the start room before you go onto a big event?
I mean, it's very different. There's like thousands of people here ready to go, and my race is like 8 girls ready to go. Behind the scenes, it's very still, but you know, I can see some people. This is a really important day for them, so hope they do their best.
Yeah. When you go into a space like that, what's it like? To tell us when you go down to in the 8 and you know you're in the final, what's it like to go into that room and how do you prepare yourself for that?
Oh, just kind of get myself in the zone as best I can, chuck some headphones in, just focus on my race and not really worry about the other girls and just, go out there and do my thing.
We might be getting some inside secrets here. What's the music in the headphones, Ariana?
Actually, it's my mum's playlist, and she's got a bit of 80s rock on there, so that gets me in the zone, maybe Danger Zone. That's one of my favourite songs that I play before I race, so there you go.
Oh, I love it. So, the 80s are always a classic, so that's good to hear that you've got it right in the heart when you're ready to go for the big races.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't listen to that stuff, usually day to day, but for some reason it gets me ticking before I go out there, and it's good fun.
And awesome to hear that. And what do you do for downtime? Have you got anything else when you're out of the pool? What's your relaxation mode?
I love cooking. Like, I love to have a cook and relax in the kitchen. I love going to the beach. I mean, living in Queensland, there's beaches everywhere. Just hanging out with my friends and doing normal things. It's just nice to get away from the pool sometimes.
No, well, I'd love to hear that. If Steele and I were coming over for dinner, what would you be cooking us? What's on the menu?
Ooh, tough question. I mean, I'm pretty good at making like a slow-cooked lamb, something pull apart. I'm a bit of a dessert queen. Like, I could probably do a pretty good pavlova. I don't know, your choice, anything.
Well, it sounds good to me. We might start with a nice slow-cooked meat. That sounds terrific, so we'll get that organised. Ariana, thank you so much for joining us today and being an ambassador for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. We're delighted to have you here and we wish you all the best for next year with some of the races you've got coming up.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
The queen of the swimming pool, Ariana Titmus, what a superstar she was at Tokyo last year and at the recent Commonwealth Games as well. We've got our first female here, Sean, and an exciting one with a group of runners there as well. So bib number, trying to pick that up in number 9, I think that might be Yenabiba Maru Agigju from Ethiopia, 23-year-old. Personal best of 2 hours 25:02, leading the charge there.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what the sort of pace targets are here today for all of our elite athletes. Obviously, you can see one of the perks of having a bit of a mixed race like this is some of our sub-elite men can sort of tag on the back or help out some of our most elite women. But yeah, Ajigu and Cheptu both have their PBs from Malaga in Spain last year, back in 2021. With Cheptu running 2:25:20 and Ajigu running 2:25:02. So some pretty serious marathon talent, but we'll get an inkling as these 5K splits start to come through as to whether or not they're targeting the course record. As we see Izzy Bat-Doyle just in the black Asics kit and the very loud sunnies that we love to see, keeping the glare down. Be curious to see how this one develops as the day goes on.
Obviously, in a debut marathon, what would her mindset be? Obviously, with two exceptional runners that have run great PBs before, what does she have to do, I guess, in the early stages of this marathon to ensure that she just doesn't get too far behind?
Yeah, we sort of joked about this last year, saying that you almost want to do as little as possible in the early stages of a marathon. So it's perfect for Izzy to have a bunch of those male athletes around her, just towing the pace along at a sort of reliable clip. And I note there we've got the guys, they've got through the first 5K in 15:42. So 3:08 pace for the gents, which I'm sure someone at home will be able to extrapolate into marathon pace immediately. But I'll stay on the tools here, Trent, whilst you run us through some of the other races we've got this morning and figure out what pace the boys are on.
Absolutely. So we've ticked over 18 minutes and 30 seconds in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Our next event that'll get underway at 7:30 will be the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run. And no doubt we'll have a big start line list of runners taking part in our second event of the morning. We'll have a look at the course map as we see those beautiful aerial views of Melbourne, and it is going to be some sort of morning for our runners to take part in their respective events. So we'll start down at Batman Avenue as we always do. We make our way down Flinders Street to St Kilda Road, which is around the 5-kilometre point mark, and then we go right back around, make our way through to the MCG as our finish for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre event. And well, some names to watch out for, and you might be able to elaborate a little bit quickly. Jude Thomas, Australian 3,000 metre champion. We've got the under-20 world representative in Archie Noakes, a 17-year-old in the male categories, and then a couple of really nice runners in the female categories as well. And the one I'm looking forward to watching is Caitlin Adams. She's coming in with some pretty good form.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how Jude fares today. Jude's a bit of a junior superstar. Obviously has the Australian under-20, well, did have the Australian under-20 3,000 record for a little bit, I think. Got broken this year. But yeah, Jude, bit of a superstar. And obviously Archie, big interest around him after coming back from Colombia and the World Under-20 champs. See how they go head-to-head. And then, yeah, obviously Caitlin Adams is going to have her hands full with Natalie Rule, who ran at the World Championships this year in the 5,000 metres. But yeah, Caitlin coming in with good form off that, I think it's City to Bay, the road race in South Australia. So yeah, really interesting to see how that goes as well with former world champs representative Melissa Duncan in the race as well. And
Melissa Duncan, as we know, a regular visitor to the Melbourne Marathon Festival and has finished in the podium before, so she'll certainly be wanting to go up a little bit extra as we go back to our leading men's. And it looks like that we've dropped off Riley Cox just only ever so suddenly. Reese Edwards keeping up with our two Kenyan runners, and I'll speak of Timothy Rona and obviously Cornelius Kipligat. So the pace they're running at, we've been able to extract, what's their sort of looking as their finishing time. Sean?
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how this one develops, Trent, because obviously, we had a lot of chat early on about the potential of a course record. But the boys have gone out pretty controlled, so 15:43 for the first 5K only really puts them on 2:12:39 pace, which, look, for a guy like Reese, that's perfect. That's right on PB pace for him, so he's going to want to make use of this until maybe the gents pick it up a bit. Maybe they're trying to negative split this one a bit and see how they go.
Reese has had a very busy program in 2022, and you were saying off air that he's come off a run last week in Sydney, so he must be, the legs must be feeling good for him to be, running and keeping at a good pace with these two really exceptional international runners.
Yeah, he must be feeling confident today because he's definitely, putting his name in there and seeing how it's going to turn out for him.
So our runners are at the 6.8 kilometre mark in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Our two international runners, Timothy Rono and Cornelius Kipligat, and Reese Edwards, our leading Australian runner here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with my running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down.
I don't think I really want to do this anymore.
She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join the...
Oh, we did it again. Ah! Nice. Yeah, baby.
Just the sheer number of people as we're looking down towards Swan Street, Jimmy. It's getting very exciting.
Absolutely, no, I couldn't agree more. Great to have Sri Lankan Airlines back. They're a wonderful, wonderful ambassador to the event and wonderful sponsor to the event. We've got Guyan here from Sri Lankan Airlines. We might get you to come across. Guyan, thank you so much for being part. Any last-minute advice for the runners who are about to go out and run the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre event?
Well, we are really happy to be back again for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run, and glad to see the numbers turn out to be Sri Lankan Airlines, the lifestyle brand, the family brand is back again, flying 10 weekly flights from Colombo to Melbourne and thrice daily to Sydney.
And Guyan, it's amazing to see so many people out here on the start line. Any words of advice, any good lucks that you want to wish them before they head out for their 10-kilometre event this morning?
Well, please run, have a good time and enjoy.
Fantastic. No, it's great to have Sri Lankan Airlines here. Terrific. It's amazing. And the course itself, Steely, as we've said a number of times this morning, perfect conditions. So for those runners who are running for the first time or those that are coming out here to run a PB, just terrific conditions to actually put their best foot forward and run, see some of the iconic icons around Melbourne as they go past.
Oh, that's the beauty of it, Jimmy, and that's the beauty of coming to Melbourne, and especially our visitors to Melbourne. Well, hopefully they've flown in on Sri Lankan Airlines and come in just to run the Nike Melbourne Marathon and the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K or whatever their distance is today to see beautiful Melbourne. They've really turned it on as well. You'll run past the Arts Centre, you'll head down to Albert Park Lake, along Beach Road, and then come back into the iconic MCG.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. And as you can see with the runners in the background of the shot here, it's amazing to see how many athletes, over 35,000 people participating across the 6 events today. It's just terrific to see. Melbourne has come to life and it's just spectacular. And it's seeing so many in these events.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And we get to see now our priority runners are to the front. We've got our first wave of runners just marshalling up behind us now. We're not very far away from the bell being rung for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10K for 2022.
No, we're not too far away indeed. We're just waiting for official start here. We're only about... Cheer for our 10K runners. Let's make some noise, Melbourne. So see us runners. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're away in the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre events. Absolutely fantastic. Make some noise as you come through under that start.
What a great start from our 10-kilometre runners at Batman Avenue. Another strong start line list as well. Some really good athletes, both in the men's and women's event, especially our elite runners, Sean. But I'll tell you what, I just love the vast, big number of runners just at the start line, whether you're an elite or you're a novice runner. It's just amazing to see. And what a beautiful morning to have a 10-kilometre run, all thanks to Sri Lankan Airlines.
Yeah, and this 10K really is a bit of an up-and-comers event. You know, the lads at the front that you can see here, you've got Lockie Hurd is in that sort of light blue and white kit at the front. You've got Jude Thomas in the yellow Puma vest just behind him. And a lot of those guys are, obviously we've said that Archie Noakes and Jude Thomas are sort of that next generation that we're looking for. And a lot of the guys in and around them are some of the better club athletes that we've got in Melbourne. So it's always one where, you want the bragging rights, you want to race well in your own city. We've got Will Lewis there as well with the longer hair and the big sunnies just tucked in the middle. So Lockie Hurd and Will Lewis, some talented 1,500 metre guys who, have raced really well. Will Lewis sort of raced for the first time overseas in Europe this year, around a 1,500 PB. So, good to see them back coming out of that winter build and getting a 10K in. But as you can see there, Jude Thomas right at the back there in that sneaky yellow Puma kit. I don't think he'll want to do too much work early on. And Archie Noakes just on the right-hand side in the distinctive Athletics Essendon kit.
What a sight, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. All of our 10-kilometre runners just making their way to the starting gates and starting their running journey. And what an awesome sight to see. And it's just great to have our Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival back to pre-COVID format. So obviously we had the 2 days last year, Saturday and Sunday, but we're back to the 1-day format, 6 races, a packed MCG. It's just going to be an amazing day, Sean.
Yeah, and with that 1-day format, it really does make you sort of pick your prime event. Not that you'd really be backing up off a half marathon across 2 days, but it does collectivise the talent in each race. And I think we can see that here in the 10K with some of those younger athletes that have decided this is their day to have a run around their own city.
And generally we see a lot of these runners over the next year or two progress up to a half marathon. One runner that stands out for mine is Andre Waring, who's been a good prominent runner for a number of seasons now, and he's having a go in the Nike half marathon. Jordan Williams is another runner. So we see that progression over the next couple of years with a lot of these younger guys, don't we?
Yeah, that's the same thing as, I guess, the guys we can see on screen here. So, your Archie Noakes in that Essendon kit on the right-hand side. It's like these are athletes that we're really familiar with in our domestic season, and Andre's a guy that sort of cleans up through that winter cross-country season and has really improved year to year. So, always interesting to see how each of those athletes steps up to a road event.
So as they make their way down Swanston Street, and they'll go down St Kilda Road for that 10-kilometre run, and then, to be honest with you, they won't be far away until they hit the MCG. We'll see some fast times. What sort of time do you expect to see a couple of these, leading contenders, take as they approach the MCG for that last 250, 300 metres?
Yeah, I reckon in the 10K, for example, someone like Lockie or Archie at the front here, they'll be looking to run under 30 minutes. Archie in that Essendon kit, he's probably one of the youngest guys there, so under that 30-minute mark would be quite a good run for him. But you sort of base it off what their 5K times are as well and where you think they'll end up. But yeah, I think they'll be looking to run just under 30 minutes, with the women probably looking to run under 33 minutes. Then we look in the half that we'll have starting later. I think we'd have the guys looking to break maybe 63 minutes in that, and the women under that 73, 72-minute mark.
Well, speaking about the half marathon as well, so big news coming only moments ago that Sinead Diver will not be taking her place in the Nike half marathon this morning. So, gee, that really throws a cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, and just opens it up a little bit maybe for Jess Stenson, obviously, who's in super form. And we'll look at this a lot more closely as we get a lot closer to the half marathon start at 8 o'clock. But it just opens it up a little bit more for Jess Stenson for mine.
Yeah, and it's a bummer, but it's one of those hard things with road racing in that, everyone's got, really busy schedules, and, if you do have a bit of a niggle or you're feeling a bit rough, it's they're longer distances, so you don't want to risk yourself over that longer distance. So we don't get to see that head-to-head between Sinead and Jess, but now I think Jess will definitely have a busy morning, with the likes of Rose Davies sort of stepping up to that distance as well. So I don't think we'll be light on for entertainment, but it'll just be interesting to see how Jess handles that now with no Sinead in the race.
No, it's going to be interesting. And just looking at the leaderboard on my computer screen too, our leading males in the Nike Marathon have just hit over 11 Ks as well. So that's an interesting race in itself. Obviously, our two international runners, Timothy Rona and also Cornelius Kiplagat, amongst our leading runners, as well as the Australian and Reece Edwards. So they've just hit the 10K mark around that 31-minute and 7-second mark. So narrowly bringing it down to about a 2:11 run if they hit the MCG at the same pace.
Yeah, so they've gone out in 15:43 for the first 5K, but then gone sort of that 15:24 odd for the next 5K. So, there's always that chat in the marathon that the best thing you can do is negative split one, because if you spend all your biscuits in the first half, you're usually in a fair bit of strife as things go on. But as we can see there in our lovely split screen view, Tim Rono, I think we just got a drink station. That makes more sense. Always a bit of chaos at a drink station, trying to dodge some of the paces, just stopping dead to get a drink. But yeah, look, interesting situation here, because Tim Rono, I think, has just decided the paces might not be up to it this morning, so he's pushed on. So I think Cornelius Kibet's trying to latch back on here to do his job. But yeah, Reece Edwards kind of stuck in no man's land at the moment.
Well, I'll tell you what, Timothy Rona, he's the experienced one, 29 years old, marathon PB of 2 hours, 7 minutes and 1 second. And I guess probably enters this race as probably the favourite.
Yeah,
that'd be fair
definitely
to say. Obviously, Cornelius Kiplagat has run a 2:08.24, so certainly up to that, that can be that winning runner. But you'd imagine that Timothy Rona is going to be the one that's going to be hard to chase down, because they've run a 2:07 before. They know what it takes to run a really strong time. And Melbourne's a really nice course as well. So those the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan airline runners making their way. So they're going to be really not far away from hitting the MCG very, very soon. Some great names out in front there. Jude Thomas, Archie Noakes, just to name a few. And what a great start it's been to the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival this morning.
For 75 years, Bupa has helped prepare Australians for life's ups, downs, and the up agains. Bupa, because life happens.
The J&B Foundation is about hope, compassion and support. Hope for a future where young people with brain injuries are properly funded and cared for. Compassion for families coping with trauma and loss. And support for young people with acquired brain injuries and for their families and friends. Acquired brain injuries don't discriminate, so please visit our website to find out how you can help.
New from the makers of Deep Heat. Break through the pain for up to 12 hours with Pain Relief Naproxen Soft Gel Liquid Capsules. With convenient twice-daily dosing to provide relief from pain and inflammation. Try Pain Relief Naproxen, available at leading pharmacies.
All right, you adventurers, we know Victorians love their events. Check this out. The Pro Bull Riders are going to Winton, Queensland for the richest bull ride in the West. Winton's Way Out West Fest is back and reimagined for 2023 with PBR's Bad Bulls Bands Bikes After Dark. Dinosaur capital, home of Waltzing Matilda, Winton is on everyone's bucket list, and even more so the toughest sport on dirt, taking over March 31st to April 2nd, 2023. Tickets on sale this Friday, 7th of October at winstonswayoutwestfest.com.au.
Down here. All right, guys, welcome down to the place where everyone wants to be. It is, of course, the finish line. Danny and Danny down here. We're just meeting the spectators. We can feel the vibe. The build is building up here. The excitement is growing by the second. We're down here with a couple of lovely ladies here, Georgie and Claire. We just had a chat with you before, but now we want to just tell everyone your story here. You've run before, but this is the first half marathon in a long time.
Yeah, first one for me in quite a while, but I played footy for the first time this year, and I'm wanting to keep that fitness up for next season.
Fantastic here. And how's the prep been for this big day? How are you feeling?
Haven't quite done a half marathon in the prep, but I'm feeling pretty good, and so we'll see how we go.
Oh, fantastic. I always wonder, what do you have for breakfast? What do you do? What was this morning like?
Yeah, porridge and a banana.
And Danny, is that a good idea, you reckon?
Well, I had the same thing for breakfast, so it must be a good idea.
And Claire's running as well. Claire is just wants to remain a bit more quiet, but just getting in the zone here. But Claire, I just want to tell you how you're feeling about today.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I think I've done enough training to get me across the line today, so it'll be fun.
Oh, it is absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you, ladies, for taking your time with us today. It is a huge day, and we wish you the best of luck today. We're going to meet another guy over here. Good on you, ladies. We're going to meet this gentleman here today. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Basil.
Hello, Basil. Is this your first marathon? What are you running today?
Yeah, this is my first marathon. I'm doing the half marathon, so just a 21.1.
And how are you feeling about that? Is it like this is just a long way?
Yeah, I know. It's been really good. So I've not ran anything before in my life, so this is my first time. So I brought my mom along with me, all the way from Malaysia as well. So we're all running this together.
Oh, this is Mums over here. Let's meet these guys. Hello. Mum's here as well. Danny, jump in there.
Hi, Farah. How are you? You're running the half marathon today?
Yes, I am.
Are you running with your son? Oh, are you going to run behind him or in front of him?
He should be in front. Yeah.
Is this your first time?
Oh yes, first time out of Malaysia doing a run.
And are you? Sorry. So do you know what you're going to do it in today? You're going to just sit back leisurely and enjoy the view?
Yes, I will, and enjoy the run, and later on have a big feast with them.
That's amazing, and have a nice refeed and a beer too, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's Binksy and Josh. Is this your first half today?
Yes, it is.
All inspired by Mom over here.
Can I ask one question here? One of you had the idea to do this. One of you thought it was a good idea, and then you agreed. Whose idea was it?
It was Mom's idea. It was a whole idea from master plan. Yeah, she's the mastermind behind all of this.
Oh, well done, Mumble. Congratulations. Best of luck today. We wish you all the best. We'll see you on the other side. Now, guys, just to give you a bit of an idea, if you are watching from home, how this all works, we are, of course, on the finish line, taking you through the party that it is. As you can see over here, this is the entrance into the cauldron, the home, the finish line, the promised land, where you want to end up. And as you head through here, you're going to take a run up to the side up here, back down, and of course ending where everyone wants to be, down here on the finish line with the amazing CPEC volunteers helping everybody. We've got an amazing group of people here getting across the line, some in tears, some laughing. Oh my God, it is building up. How's this excitement down here, Danny?
Look, it's amazing. We're expecting like mass spectators today, hopefully a record, and we really, really are relying on the crowd to bring home everyone with a big cheer. At the end of the day, you're all here for your loved ones who you're waiting for. So what would they want to hear? What would they want to see?
Well, I'll tell you what I want to hear, Daddy. I want to hear the crowd that are here. I want to see if they're awake where the sun is shining through on the G. How you feeling? Everybody in the crowd? Yeah, we'll take that as a positive. Yeah, you are very, very excited. Hello. We'll come and meet those guys later. Guys, it is building up down here. We cannot wait for this place to start filling up. It is all happening down here for the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Great work, Danny and Danny, down on ground level at the MCG. We're looking at our leading marathon runners in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And after not a great drink station stop, everyone's back on cue and running beautifully. And we've got our two Kenyan runners in Timothy Rona in the orange and Cornelius Kiplagat in one of the red outfits, along with Australian runner Reece Edwards. So Reece backing up after a run last week in Sydney, taking on the Nike Melbourne Marathon. He's going beautifully at the moment, Sean.
Yeah, I think our paces Cornelius Kiplagat and Nelson Kibet had a bit of a surprise with the drink stop, and Reece basically had to jump out of the way of one of them. But it's good to see the boys all back in a line. And as I was saying to you off air, Trent, this could almost be the perfect morning for Reece. You know, he's backed up off Sydney. Not sure what the legs are like. You know, we've just gone through 15K there, so we'll get a bit of an update with how the pace is ticking along. But yeah, this is ideal for him. He's basically got a pacing convoy. And depending how hard Timothy Rono tries to go for that course record, that will sort of determine, you know, how Reece's morning goes.
Absolutely, and well, after the 10-kilometre run or through that period, they were running probably at a 2:11 marathon pace. We've just had the 15-kilometre update on the time clock. Updated, and we're sort of looking at a 2:11 still.
Yeah, so about a 15:30 there. So I know, there was a lot of chat about that 2:10 course record, but it doesn't really seem to be on just yet. But for a guy like Reece, who's sort of a 2:13, 2:12 guy, This is perfect. He's going to be wanting to hang on to this for as long as he can.
And this is going to be an interesting part of the race now too, because we know we're getting down towards that beautiful part of St Kilda along Bay Road and Beaconsfield Parade. This is going to be where the interesting part sort of takes part in this, I guess in this early part of the race, or nearing the halfway mark of the race.
Yeah, I think for any marathoner, you're always going to feel really good in that first 5 to 10K. It's supposed to be a race pace where you're not going to feel too bleak until about 25, 30K. We always have Steve Monaghetti saying that the race doesn't really start until 30K. 30K is the real halfway. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how this one develops. Reece looking pretty good there.
Absolutely. The 31-year-old from Australia, marathon PB of 2 hours 13:23. And as we said, won the Australian Marathon Championship earlier this year with a 2 hour 17:24 run. Ran in Chicago, ran third place in Melbourne in 2019 pre-COVID, and placed 13th in last year's Rotterdam Marathon in the Netherlands as well. So he's going beautifully, the Australian, but our two leaders at the moment out in front, Timothy Rona from Kenya and also Cornelius Kiplagat from Kenya as well. The 29-year-old and the 24-year-old who have got PBs of 2:07 and 2:08.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with a running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down.
I don't think I really want to do this anymore.
She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join the...
Oh, we did it again. Yeah, baby.
As soon as possible, so we can give the roads over to these marathon runners.
Yeah, so is this, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be, yeah, if it's going to everything, PA microphones.
Jimmy, we're just down here for the start of our wheelchair marathon. Our wheelchair marathoners are just making their way to the start line now, so we're not very far away from getting our wheelchair marathons. It's great to see them out on course.
Absolutely, we've already spoken so many times this morning about how perfect the conditions are. There's hardly a... Some iconic Melbourne icons to pass along the way. It's going to be a great roll around there for the wheelchair athletes.
Yeah, and getting our wheelchair athletes underway is going to be Deputy Lord Mayor Nicholas Reese, who's come down to join. He was just saying down here that his wife's out running today, so he's coming down as not only as his role as Deputy Lord Mayor, but also as moral support down here for his wife.
We might get Nicholas on screen and get on camera and say a big warm welcome. Nicholas, good morning this morning.
Yeah, g'day guys. Absolutely fantastic to be here for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and on behalf of the City of Melbourne, want to welcome everybody here, and delighted to be able to say that Melbourne has put on an absolutely perfect day for this event. I'm hoping to see a lot of personal bests out there today, including my beloved Felicity, who is out there running amongst it with the half marathon.
Was the weather tabled earlier in the week at one of the meetings, Nicholas, just to make sure it was on show for Melbourne?
We had a meeting, we all voted, and we unanimously voted in favour of a perfect day for running. And isn't this a magnificent course as well? Running through some of Melbourne's most picturesque gardens, running past the city's most iconic spots. It's just such a great day for it. And I think it's now more important than ever that, Melbournians look after their well-being, get out there and connect with each other and make the most of it. And let's not forget how fantastic that big brekkie is going to taste after today's run.
No, I couldn't agree with you more, Nicholas. That's one of the things that we were saying about the event itself. Having 6 different distances that Melburnians and international and interstate athletes can come and participate in. Just actually fantastic to be on show and be able to do that.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, this is Australia's biggest running event, 35,000 people out there today. It's absolutely fantastic. It's terrific for the city. And of course, this is a fantastic time of year, isn't it? Spring, Melbourne's spring to life. So we had a record crowd at the MCG last week for the grand final. We've got the Spring Carnival coming up. There's arts events, festivals on everywhere. It's just a great time to be up and about and living your best life here in Melbourne.
Oh, thanks very much, Nicholas. We might, get our wheelchair marathoners underway, and we'll send you over to get the official start for our wheelchair marathoners.
Fantastic for doing the honours. Thanks, guys. Have a fantastic day and a great run, everybody.
Four, three, two, one. Our wheelchairs athletes are away.
Oh, the Nike Half Marathon sold out. 12,000 runners going to take part in this event, which will kick off at 8 o'clock this morning. And looking at the course map, not too dissimilar to the Nike Melbourne Marathon, Sean. It's finishing at the MCG, but still a very hard track to race. And obviously it's going to be a hot field, both in the men's and the women's.
Yeah, it should be a great set of races across both the men and the women. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how, one of our most established... Oh, hang on, we've got some course records. So the men will be looking at 61.57 will be a pretty strong run. Jack Rayner has run quicker than that, but it would require a fair whack today. And, of course, Izzy Bat-Doyle from last year, who's now about 15k through the marathon. But, yeah, 70 minutes could be a Could be a sneaky chance for Jess. She has been in some really good form in some road racing in Adelaide, so maybe watch for the women's to get a bit of a nudge on the course record front.
And these results are powered by BMW. Let's look at some of the PBs with some of our major players. Jess Denson, a 70.59. Jack Rayner, a 61.01. Sinead Diver, breaking news, is not taking her place in the Nike Half Marathon this morning, nor is Eloise Wellings. Sarah Klein, a runner that might also too, that might take some beating in the women's as well. But look at the lineup, 12,000 runners, Sean. Huge, absolutely huge, sold out.
Oh.
And it's what a sight, and I think just what it brings to Melbourne's, pretty special.
Yeah, that is an absolutely chock-a-block start line. It'll be great to see all those people fill the roads up and, really bring the event back to where it was pre-COVID.
Hey, I'm going to throw a few names at you that, may be contenders. So we've spoken about your Jack Rayners, as one of the leading contenders. But a couple of names, a couple of young guys that are running. Seth O'Donnell, 21-year-old from Melbourne. Got the flying mullet, is an aspiring physio. As we look at our 10-kilometre runners coming into the venue. And the first of our runners hit the MCG, and it's going to be tight here, Sean.
Yeah, it's going to be Dale Carroll from Collingwood Athletics Club. Dale was he was a pretty solid junior at steeplechase and things like that. But I think he thinks that's the finish line. No. Oh. We have to see if Lockie Hurd can make the gap up here with Archie Noakes coming home fast as well.
So it's going to be a very big finish here. So at the moment, we've got Dale Carroll out in front, Lockie Hurd second, and Archie Noakes third. It's about 100 metres to go. It's still Dale Carroll out in front, and they're going to be in front of a nice little crowd here at the MCG. He's going to take out the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run here at the MCG on Nike Melbourne Marathon Day. The fireworks are flying. Lockie Hurd second, and our third place runner, Sean?
Archie Reid, a young lad from country Victoria. So that's a big win for Dale. Haven't seen him for a little while on the club circuit, so he'll be stoked with that.
Absolutely. Nearly a little hiccup there as he was making his way.
I think he thought he was done, but...
Absolutely. Had to walk right around to here at the MCC where the finishing line is. But a great run there. And, Dale Carroll, our winner of the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run here this morning. And our half marathoners have started as well. And no surprise who's out in front leading the charge in Jack Rayner. And, if there's anyone in this race of the half marathon in the male category that could potentially break that record that was set by Wilfred Merger of Kenya in 2013, maybe this could be the guy.
Yeah, and as you were saying there before, Trent, Jack, obviously the class of the field there, but not to be overlooked is Andy Buchanan, just tucked in there behind. Did run for Australia at the Commonwealth Games and is a 2:13 marathoner. You got Jacob Cox there in the white cap. And on the far left there in the yellow singlet as well, you got Matt Clark, who was a Tokyo Olympian for the steeplechase. So a very healthy field.
Absolutely. So the half marathon for Nike started. Our Sri Lankan airline runners have started making their way into the MCG. And we're going to go down to the MCG ground level with Danny and Danny.
Yeah.
Here we are down on the finish line. If you would have definitely heard what that was. The pyros went off because that was the end of the Sri Lankan 10 kilometres. The winners are here, right here with us. Unbelievable effort. Danielle, what did you think of that?
Amazing. I mean, that was cutthroat right to the end. They were right behind each other. It was just, Dale just put in the last legs, and here he is. Dale,
come on
congratulations.
In, mate. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dale Carroll!
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, very good.
Were you happy with the result after all that?
Yeah, we started out pretty slow, so it was a good finish.
Look, that looked like an easy run for you, but was there any challenges out there today?
No, it was generally challenging the last 1.5K, especially when the people were coming in, so we're going past a lot of people. It was pretty hard.
Yeah.
And how's it feel being back at Nike Melbourne Marathon, having the crowds back in? Does that give you any sort of motivation as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's I don't know how to answer that question. But
take a minute, mate. And we can probably just say congratulations to Caitlin Adams as she crossed the finish line there at the Sri Lankan 10K event as well.
Mate, we'll let you warm down. How do you warm down after something like that?
Probably today I'll do about 8-10K and then I'll be over.
Yeah, right. I'll leave that to you. Good on you, mate. We'll see you for some presentation later. Guys, this is the finish line. We're going to keep you up to speed with anything that's happening down here. It is absolutely awesome. It is packed. You can see everybody down here getting amongst it. We'll have a chat down here with our first female 10K Train airline winners. Actually, she's coming across now.
Caitlin.
I wasn't sure.
Congratulations, Caitlin. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Oh, it's my first time running it, and it was so exciting. It's great to see all the atmosphere out here. It's a huge event. I'm only doing the 10, but I loved seeing everyone getting ready for the marathon and the half, so that was fantastic.
It's hugely motivating, isn't it? Especially when you're all together prepping. And it was so great to see you finish so strongly too, quite in the lead there. You feeling good today?
Yeah, I felt really good. I'm sort of treating this race as my last winter race, and then I'll sort of have a little bit of a break before summer athletics season. So I'm really happy to go out with a bang there. A bang.
It really was. I mean, it makes you really just feel special, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but it was pretty exciting.
Nice little heart attack to finish. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, Danny, here we go. We're waiting for a few more of these elites to come through.
Yeah, it is starting to build up down here. You can see they came through. It's quite a big pack there, so it really was anyone's race today. I mean, what do you do there? Do you stay in the pack and then try at the end just to push forward? What's the tactic there?
Do you know what I love about the 10K is that I feel like it's such a race. It really is. You know, everyone is at that top end. They train at that top caliber, and it's, you know, gung-ho from the get-go.
I tell you what, just looking behind you now, we've got the ladies here from the Sri Lankan Airlines as well, getting a few photos. They look amazing. I do reckon we're in their shot, but they look amazing. Ladies, you look amazing. Big thank you to Sri Lankan Airlines for all their work today and their sponsorship. Guys, the finish line is starting to really build up. The crowd over here is starting to build up. You can see them all here. Big smiles on their faces. The crowds are back. This is our original format. This is the way we like it. Crowd, how you feeling so far? You happy? Yeah, we'll take that as a yes. Guys, we'll keep you up to date with everything that's happening down here. We got Danny, you got Danny, and we're down here on the finish line, all part of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Beautiful sight here of Melbourne, and what a glorious morning it is. We've got our half marathoners making their way onto their journey, 21.1 kilometres. 12,000 runners, Sean Whip. What a great entry is for our half marathoners, and just great to see big numbers once again. Over 34,000 across our 6 events.
Yeah, what a great way to see the city as well. I think that's the biggest thing this festival really brings to Melbourne is that it's got events for everyone. As we see, gentleman there on the left who I think spent a lot of time in the gym getting the 10K underway there. So not just for the elites of the elites in the top end of the races. It's a race for everyone as we cut to the men's half marathon here. So we've got Jack Rayner on the right-hand side, who's previously been a Commonwealth half marathon champ, and Andy Buchanan, who ran in the Commonwealth Games marathon himself, with Matt Clark smack bang in the middle there, whose teammate Caitlin Adams just took the win in the women's 10K in their Adelaide-based training group.
So for the viewers out there that are watching, so Andy Buchanan's on, got the dark green singlet on the outside, Matt Clark in the fluoro, just in the middle between Jack Rayner and Andy Buchanan. A couple of other names that interest me as well, Sam McEntee, Liam Bowden, Seth O'Donnell, Andre Waring, and probably the other ones we'll be keeping a stern eye on. I see Andre Waring in amongst that group as well. He's dominated the Great Ocean Road Running Festival in 2022. Won the half marathon, kilometre Paradise Run as well. So there's a hot field in this half marathon, isn't there? All brought to you by Nike.
Yeah, and I think it's rough for a guy. You can see Seth O'Donnell there with the massive mullet on the right-hand outside angle there. But I think a lot of people are quick to overlook a guy like Sam McEntee, but you've got to remember, it was a 2016 Olympian over 5,000 metres, so not a guy you're going to want too close to you at the finish. As we see in the split screen there, it looks like Timothy Rono's decided now it's time to push things on, with Reece Edwards just about 75 metres back there. So it could be an interesting day at the office for Reece. He's got a fair bit of a race ahead of him. On the left-hand side here, we've also got Jack Bruce from Queensland in the purple New Balance kit there. So a very healthy domestic men's marathon. All these guys will know each other really well. And it'll just be a question of how hard Andy Buchanan and Jack Rayner are going to push it at the front here.
Been great Australian representatives throughout the course of 2022. We'll look at the Nike Marathon and our 2 feature runners from overseas as we've ticked over 1 hour, 7 minutes and 4 seconds. We've got Timothy Rona and also Cornelius Kiplagat out in front. So they've passed the halfway mark of the event, 21.1 kilometres, and both sort of sitting on about a 65.33. So we looked at how they're progressing, you know, if they were to run at that pace as they come into the MCG. We're still looking around that 2 hour 11 mark, aren't we?
Yeah, the interesting bit there, Trent, is even though it's a bit of a small split from 20 to 21.1, they've picked it up to just under 3 minute kilometre pace, which is probably what's meant. Reece Edwards has thought, okay, that's not for me. I don't need quite that much mayonnaise in the morning. But yeah, for the lads at the front, I think Tim Rono's maybe trying to negative split this. I'm not sure how close he'll manage to get to that 2:09 mark, but. Yeah, if he keeps pushing on at sub 3 minute pace, that could be pretty red hot.
Bit of cloud in the air over at Melbourne. Obviously, that'll play into the hands of the runners a little bit, makes conditions a little bit nicer as they're running throughout their 42-kilometre journey.
Oh, yeah, if you can avoid, whilst you want good weather, you want to avoid it getting hot for as long as possible. So if you can snag a bit of cloud cover, it's a small win for athletes who are going to be out here for the better part of 2 hours.
As we look at the women's leaderboard as well, and we've got our two international runners, Beatrice Cheptu and Yenabiba Maru Igu, who are out in front, and Izzy Bat-Doyle also amongst those two international runners as well. So it was only a second Izzy Bat-Doyle was behind. So she's going beautifully in her debut marathon, and obviously a course record last year in the half marathon, the Nike half marathon, stepping it up to the 42.2 kilometres. And, she's doing it nicely with our two international runners in Cheptu and Ejiju.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well that you're not going to want in a marathon. You're not going to want rapid changes in pace or things to move around all the time. You just want that gradual, sort of steady pickup of pace. And I think that's what Izzy's managed to do through the first half here. And, once we do get the actual halfway split from the women, it'll be really interesting to see if they're sort of staying on that sort of 2:27 high, 2:28 pace, which, as we said, anything under 2:30, but especially anything under 2:28 would be an awesome debut for Izzy.
Well, they're sort of running at that 2:30 pace at the moment. That was after the 15-kilometre checkpoint on the course, but we've ticked over 69 minutes and 38 seconds in the Nike Marathon, and our two international runners, our two ones that we were watching out for pre-race, Timothy Rona and also Cornelius Kiplagat, running beautifully, and have got about a 10-second lead on the leading Australian runner in Reece Edwards, who's had a great 2022, Sean, and has had a really good couple of years, actually, hasn't he? He's performed nicely, he's performed well at Chicago, third in 2019 here at Melbourne with a 2:19. Rotterdam placed in the top 20, and then obviously the Australian Marathon champion of 2022.
Yeah, Reece, a physio by trade. He spent a bit of time living over in the Netherlands and the UK over the last few years and really made the most of some of those big road races, but back home and getting amongst it.
So it's a great start to our Nike Marathon Festival. We've got all of our events, almost all of our events out on the road, the Nike Half Marathon, the Nike Marathon, and we've just seen the completed Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre event with Dale Carroll and Caitlin Adams, our champions for 2022.
Dear guardians of language, it's time to take a look at the definition of performance. To evolve much-loved but simplistic notions like speed and power. True drivers now see the world as not just fast or slow. New performance throws you back into your seat, squeezes every molecule and watt, and gets a thrill from giving back. Performance redefined.
My name's Amy. I'm the mother of two boys, the youngest being Parker, who is severely vision impaired, and we have been a part of Vision Australia for 2.5 years now. When Parker was 3 months old, I knew something wasn't quite right with his eyes. Every time I would walk into the room, he wouldn't look in my direction, so knew in my heart that it wasn't quite right. Finding out that your child is severely vision impaired, at first is extremely heartbreaking. You're not sure what to do, you're not sure where to turn. It puts a stress on everything. Parker has been a part of the Vision Australia family since he was 4 months old, and they've been with us every step of the way. To have people who care about us and love us and want our family to succeed more than anything is the only reason we are succeeding today.
What makes Soldier On important is that we're saving lives, and we're going to keep doing it for our servicemen and women, for their families, and for Australia. Young Australians are alive today because of Soldier On and the support from the Australian public.
I can't wait to get older so I can grow a mohawk. I won't have a bedtime anymore, and I'll get to go to the big school. I'll learn how to make animals feel better, and I'll get paid $5 so when my mum's sad, I can buy her a cake. Then when I'm grown up even more, I'll do whatever I want, and I'll finally get my alligator. Then I'll marry Emily, because she's my girlfriend sometimes. We'll have 9 kids, and they'll never get sick, and I'll be able to grow a mustache. And then I'll be 100 years old, and we'll visit Nanny and Grandpa every night, and on my birthday, we'll all go to space. It's gonna be so good getting older. I hope I get to get older.
Oh, what a great start to the morning it's been here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Our half marathoners out on the road, and leading the way is Jack Rayner with Matt Clark and Andrew Buchanan, a couple of Olympians and Commonwealth Game competitors there. And probably no surprises, that's leading top 3, who we would have thought of, imagined at the start of the day that might be leading the chase there.
Yeah, I think this is about what we would have predicted in Jack really putting the foot down and sort of laying it down to the other boys and saying, look, if you think you can go with me, let's find out. Matt Clark's the guy that's usually a pretty aggressive racer, so he's going to want to make a go of this. And I think he was second to Jack the other week in Adelaide in their City to Bay Road race, so pretty familiar with each other recently. And it looks like they're putting a bit of a gap into Andy Buchanan as well, who, as a 2:13 marathoner, that really shows the damage they're doing. But yeah, Andy in third, and then back to it looks like Sam McEntee and Seth O'Donnell and
Andre Waring.
Andre Waring, yeah, just in the yellow there.
Fantastic. A really hot starting list for our half marathoners. Jack Rayner, Commonwealth Games runner this year at Birmingham in the 5,000 metres, placed 8th, so comes with a really good background. Won last year's Melbourne Half Marathon in a time of 62:30. His PB is a 61:01. That was in Cardiff in 2018. And remember, he was the Melbourne Marathon pacer for Sinead Diver for 37 kilometres in her record course breaking run in 2018. So Jack Rayner leading the way there from Matt Clark and also to Andrew Buchanan. They are leading top 3 in the Nike Half Marathon. We'll try and get some vision and updates of what's happening in the women's side of things in the Nike Half Marathon. Looking at our marathon runners, and it's the 2 internationals going beautifully at the moment. Timothy Rona and also to Cornelius Kiplagat leading the charge in our men's category of the Nike Marathon. And they've almost ticked over 25 kilometres in this year's event. The time we've got on the clock is 78 minutes and 30 seconds. And they're looking like they're feeling pretty, pretty fluent in their actions and running, and starting to build a little bit of pace on, what might have been probably a fraction bit slow at the start.
Yeah, and I think so much goes into a marathon morning like that, as you see the kids tearing along the side of the road there trying to keep up, putting it in good perspective there. But, yeah, who knows how they felt, starting the race in the morning, whilst I'm sure there was a goal to start with that sort of course record in mind. Still a fair bit of race to play out. And when we do eventually get that 25K split come through, we'll have an idea of whether they are just progressively picking things up bit to bit. But yeah, I think Rona will really appreciate the help from his teammate here, Cornelius Kiplagat, and hopefully Cornelius can get him through to that sort of 25 at least. Well, they've got there already, but yeah, maybe if you can get him to 30K, that would be a huge help.
Let's remember that these guys have run sub 2:10, so they are a chance to break the course record here this morning, I should say. Dominic Odero from Kenya in 2013 with a record of 2 hours, 10 minutes, 47. So that could certainly come under threat. Our last split check that we looked at, they were running around 2:11 pace. I reckon that's increased over the last 5 kilometres. As you can see, they've dropped off Reece Edwards, the first or leading Australian runner. So just seems like they feel nice and fluent. They feel happy in what they're doing. And, they could be every chance to try and get that bonus, which is on offer, $20,000 on top of the prize money if they're able to break that course record.
Yeah, look, it's a handy chunk of change, and definitely one that is, a serious bit of money in anyone's language. But, yeah, I think Tim Rono is going to navigate this turnaround here, and then he's on his way back to Melbourne. So I think we'll really learn a lot in the next 5 to 10K as to whether he's feeling really good or whether this is about, all he's got on the day.
Not a lot of info about these two runners either, Sean. Obviously, when you look and you try and follow up a little bit of research on these two runners, not a lot in results-wise that we could take note of. But I guess, what we did find, obviously, a great run in Barcelona this year, I should say, for Timothy Rona, with a 2:07.23, finishing inside the top 10. The Eindhoven Marathon in Netherlands, he was third across the line in his PB time of 2 hours 7:01. And then in 2019, obviously pre-COVID, he had a top 20 placing in the Milano Marathon in Italy as well. So even though he probably hasn't had a lot of big runs that shows, what he's done on the international stage, he's certainly an accomplished runner.
Yeah, and that's one of the toughest things when, you're coming out of a bit of a marathon factory like Kenya, where so many guys in your country are so good at the marathon. It can take a bit to get noticed, and, we've seen on Timothy's sort of results profile, he's run the Eldoret Marathon a few times, which is probably at about 2,400 metres of elevation. So I think he's run 2:18 up there before, which is usually a fair indicator that you might have a bit more on the tank at sea level. As we get a bit of the women's half here, with Jess Stenson just tucked in very nicely in a pack of male athletes there, and probably just getting the perfect pace there.
Absolutely, and what a year Jess Stenson has had. I think she's won or she's placed pretty highly in 5 of her last 6 runs. Gold medalist in the Commonwealth Games, Birmingham Marathon, 2 hours 27:31. She placed first in the Gold Coast Half Marathon earlier this year in a time of 71:35. She won Perth last year, 3rd place in Melbourne last year, and she's had a really great affiliation with the Nike Melbourne Marathon, finishing in some really good placings. 2015, she won the marathon. Half marathon, she was 2nd in 2017. A 2-time Olympian, 3-time Commonwealth Games representative. She's got so many credits in the bank, and maybe just the non-start from Sinead Diver at the start line really probably just gave her chances an even bigger boost, because we know that Sinead Diver is a very accomplished runner.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing in anyone's season. Someone like Jess, will have come into the race with, I guess, a plan of sorts as to how this fits into her year, coming off the back of that, massive gold medal performance at the Commonwealth Games. And, she'll have a time in mind that she'll want to run here, and has obviously got a pace group that fits in there. As we see, one of the gents there on the front right-hand side has got the Surf Coast Track Club kit on, coached by Julian Spence and Ellie Pashley. So they know Jess quite well. So maybe they've had a bit of a chat pre-race and said, look, this is about what one of the guys in our group's going to run. Why don't you jump on the back and see how that helps out? So, really good opportunity here for Jess to, it looks like she doesn't have a lot of women around her, so maybe not too stressed about the race win at the moment, and just focusing on getting a really good race in.
Oh, what a runner she's been. She's in vintage form at the moment, and as we said, highlighted by that Commonwealth Games marathon gold medal, 2 hours 27:31, and no doubt she probably entered this event as the pre-race favourite, running beautifully out on the road around that Albert Park part of the track, and doing it beautifully. But back to our marathoners. We've ticked over 1 hour 24 minutes, and it's Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kiplagat, our 2 leading runners, that are going beautifully at the moment, and we'll try and pick up what pace they're sort of hitting at as they pass the 25-kilometre mark not that long ago, and doing everything right here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And great to see the international runners back up and running again. Obviously, we've got a strong contingent of Australian runners, but it's always nice to welcome some of those great international marathon runners.
Yeah, you're right there, Trent. Unbeknownst to me, it looks like we've not quite got a split for Cornelius and Timothy, in that they've a few of the other gents through 25k, we've got splits, but not them. But I'd say, given the gap to Reece Edwards is still on 2:11 pace, sort of well out of camera shot. So I'd suggest the guys are really working down to, low 2:10 pace or maybe high 2:09 pace. So this, we say it as if we knew it was going to happen, but maybe this was the plan all along in terms of really picking things up as they went. So Tim Rono might have played this one perfectly.
Absolutely. So a really balanced start to the race, and then focus on the second half of the marathon to really push his time and to try and increase his chances of maybe breaking that course record. But I'll tell you what, his teammate also in Cornelius Kiplagat doing everything right at the moment, and great to see these 2 Kenyan boys out in front and doing what they do best, running beautifully.
Managed to grab a water cup there eventually. Bit of a grin at missing a few there. But, I think slight check of the watch there. But, it looks like things are going well. I'd say maybe someone's worded them up and said, look, there could be a bit of a hill at the end, as you come around the tan. So maybe leave a bit in the tank and see how things go towards the end.
Absolutely. So what a great start it's been to the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival this morning. We've had our 10-kilometre Sri Lankan airline runners come across the line first. Dale Carroll in the men's category, Caitlin Adams in our female category. Our Nike marathon runners are out on the road in force, as are our Nike half marathon runners as well, where Jack Rayner leading the way from Matt Clark, and also to Andrew Buchanan just slightly behind as our leading 3 runners, with our chasing group featuring Sam McEntee. Also, we've got Andre Waring and the flying mullet as well, young Seth O'Donnell. Some really exciting Australian running talent on show here in Melbourne for the 44th edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Back to its pre-COVID formats. We've got the things such as the Village and the Runners Expo all up outside the concourse of the MCG. And I tell you what, a big crowd building inside the Coliseum as well, as we know as the MCG. Looking at Jess Stenson, the Nike Half Marathon, and what a year she's had. And going beautifully, and a lot of support too. So I think that's going to hold her in pretty good stead with the support she's got around her as she's waking her way through that Albert Park precinct.
Yeah, so no splits at the moment for the women, but I did note there that Jack Rayner had gone through in 14:34, I think it was, in the men's half marathon. So they're on pace for about 61:28. So definitely not mucking around, and we should have a 10K split for them very shortly.
Absolutely, and I know presentations, the first of our presentations are going to be staged very, very soon on the finishing line area of the MCG. We'll go to Danny and Danny very, very soon for that. But yeah, plenty going on. We've got so many great events taking part already. And the story so far is the two Kenyan runners that have come over, the first for a couple of years at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, and are doing everything right out in front. Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kipligat, both runners that have run sub 2:10 times. And they're doing everything they can to make their way to the MCG first and potentially break that men's record that's been held since 2013 by their fellow countryman Dominic Adero, who ran a 2 hour 10-minute 47-second marathon back in 2013. So a chance it could be broken, but we are just waiting for those split times for our marathoners, our leading two, as they did hit the 25K mark not that long ago here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome down to the MCG, the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon. The crowd is building. Can I ask you how you feeling? Make some noise. You're beauty. It is so good to see all your faces down here, shouting up for your loved ones. There's plenty more to come throughout the day. But of course, there is a formal part of the day, and that is our presentations. And it is our first presentations of the day here. They, of course, are for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre race, which wrapped up very shortly there. These sort of events can't happen without the major sponsors. Sri Lankan Airlines, as we all know, have been a long-time supporter of the Nike Melbourne Marathon and have been absolutely instrumental in putting the day together. So we're very, very grateful. We would like to welcome to the stage the country manager of Australia and New Zealand from Sri Lankan Airlines. Please put your hands together for Sathyan Mohan.
Good morning, Melbourne. It's a great privilege to be here today on behalf of Sri Lankan Airlines. We are connected for the 5th consecutive year, and last year was the most challenging period for many of us, and we did also be a part of the great event on December 2021. And here we are with a massive crowd encouraging us to be taking part in future events as well. I would like to thank IMG, MCG, and the rest of the sponsors to have taken part in this marathon right throughout the years. And Sri Lankan Airlines, as you know, operates daily flights out of Melbourne, and we do have weekly 3 flights to Sydney. And we look forward to growing in this market, and I wish this event a great success. All the very best. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Satyan. This is the part where now we're going to do the official medal presentation here. I'm going to welcome our winners to the stage here. We're going to do the female race first. In third place with an incredible time with 34 minutes, 14 seconds. Our third place for the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometre. Please welcome to the stage, Melissa Duncan. In second place, our female place with a time of 33 minutes, 42 seconds, Natalie Rule. And our first place female with an incredible time here, winner of the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometre race for the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon with a time of 32 minutes, 27 seconds, Caitlin Adams. Thank you so much. What an incredible race today. Yep. We're going to get all 3 ladies up here. If we wouldn't mind, just get a group photo. That'd be great. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together? A big cheer for our Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometre female winners today. Thank you so much, guys. Much appreciated. Have a rest. As we move to the male winners for today. In third place with a time of 30 minutes 22, Archie Reed. Thanks, Archie. Thank you very much. In second place with a time of 30 minutes, 22 seconds as well, we got Lachlan Hurd. Thank you very much. And of course, our first place, it was very, very tight. We saw it towards the end there, very tight race. But there is only one winner. The winner of the Sri Lankan Airlines 10 kilometres, the male division, with a time of 30 minutes, 19 seconds, is Dale Carroll. And gentlemen, our second and third place, we just grab you for a quick group photo here. That'd be great. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our male category of the Sri Lankan 10 kilometres.
Oh, Jack Rayner out in front in the Nike Half Marathon. He won it in 2021. It was a December event last year, a later event here than usual, October date. But he's out in front and looking very nice in the Nike Half Marathon, the Australian superstar.
Yeah, it looks like Jack definitely made the move there through a bit of tactical traffic management that they had there with some of the cones. I've checked in with their elite race coordinator, Tim Crosby, who has assured me that Cornelius Kiplagat, I've been steering the crowd wrong the whole way. Turns out he is in fact racing and does appear to be making possibly the race-winning move at this point. I got his kit a bit mixed up with Nelson Cabet and thought they were both on post duties for Tim Rono, but alas, he is in the running for the proverbial big bucks, as we see Jack Rayner continuing on like he has all race by really just putting the foot down here as they're coming into probably that 17-18K mark. Rayner, look, half marathon a distance he knows well and enjoys pretty thoroughly. Matt Clark, I think, is still on for something, possibly under that 62-minute mark, which even if he hung on for 62-something to start this race off, or to finish this race off, would be a huge debut half for him. I think our tracking app there has just told us the men are closer to the 14K mark, but they do seem suspiciously close to the MCG. So we'll rely on the cameras as opposed to the app just for the moment. But yeah, Jack really putting in a gap here, and Matt Clark's going to have to do his best to try and hold on there and keep a good race time together.
Absolutely, and Jack Rayner, what a year he's had. He represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games, 8th placing in the 5,000 metres. He won the Australian 10,000 metre championship at the Zetterpack Championships, first place in the 28.16. Won the half last year, so he's got the credits in the bank. He knows what's needed to be done to prevail here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And it'd be interesting to see how he's going pace-wise. Is he a chance to possibly create a new course record and take that mantle away from Wilfred Merger from Kenya, who in 2013 ran a 61.57. So he seems like he's in a comfortable place at the moment, Jack Rayner, just looking over his shoulder, just seeing where Matt Clark is and really stamping his authority on this Nike Half Marathon event as we speak.
Yeah, he's a guy who can mix things very well between both track and road. Obviously, Jack's, claim to fame outside of that half marathon PB of his, which is from I think it's only been held once, but the Commonwealth Half Marathon Championships that he won back in Cardiff, is also the fact that he is the national record holder at 10,000 metres, so has run at 27.15, which he ran earlier this year in the US, which is an absolutely scorching time. But as we can see here, continuing to put in the gap, a really well-credentialed guy having, that national record at 27.15 over 10,000 metres, a 13.06 PB at 5,000 metres, a 61.01 half, and that 2:11.06 marathon PB from London back in 2019. So a jack of all trades for Jack Rayner, and looking like he's going to streak away to the win here this morning.
Hey, let's look at the Nike Marathon now. Two international runners as Timothy Roeder just takes the hat off just to, not upset his running style here and just to freshen up. But he's out in front, and it's a race between the two Kenyans, Timothy Roeder and Cornelius Kiplagat, who are both on target at the moment to break that course record. So Dominic Adero in 2013, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 47 seconds. At that 30-kilometre split, they were looking like they could be running a possible 2 hour, 10 minute, 13 seconds. So bettering it at the moment by about 34 seconds. So, which is exciting as they're, only got probably less than 10 kilometres to go before they hit the Coliseum here in the sporting precinct of Melbourne, the MCG.
And Trent, I don't know if it's a sign of the times or the sign of the seriousness of this stage of the race, but Timothy Roeder's discarded the cap. He means business, and that sort of relatively loping running style he's got is starting to get a little bit more animated, which might suggest either he's starting to tire a bit or he might be trying to lean into a bit of a move. But Cornelius Kiplagat not letting him go here, looking pretty comfortable just on the outside there as they loop back into the familiar tram tracks that they saw at the start of the race. They are not far from a very big finish, and given the proximity of these guys to the finish, and each other, that lap around the tan could really be the decider. Might be a bit of heartbreak going up the hill.
It's always that testing point of the race, especially when it's so close around the tan. But Great views there of St Kilda Road. They were running alongside trams before. We've ticked over 1 hour 43.54 on the BMW time clock in the Nike Marathon for 2022, and it's the countrymen of Kenya with Timothy Rona and Cornelius Kiplagat leading the charge. Reece Edwards is the best placed Australian thus far. That was as of the 30-kilometre mark. He was at a time of 1 hour 34.32, about 2 minutes behind our two leaders. So obviously, you know, around that 25, 26-kilometre mark, that was where our international runners really sort of tried to start making this race their own.
Yeah, and I think that was both not a negative for a guy like Reece. I think he would have been surprised that both Rono and Kiplagat started a little bit slower, and he got to make the most of that for the better part of halfway. So now these boys are kicking on with the race and trying to figure out who's going to take home a fair chunk of change.
At the 25-kilometre mark in our women's category of the Nike Marathon, Yenabibi Maru Egiju, she was out in front only narrowly from Beatrice Cheptu and also Izzy Bat-Doyle on debut, our leading three runners. They've got a 6-minute lead on the next best placed runner, which is Vanessa Wilson from Australia. Deborah Bruce and Rosie Webb are also in amongst that leading charge. But our top three are our two international female runners, Cheptu and Egiju, and also the Australian debutante of Izzy Bat-Doyle. Won the half marathon last year and wants to take line honours here in the Nike Marathon for 2022. So much happening. The Nike Marathon, the Nike Half Marathon. We've had the Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre run completed, and we've still got our 5-kilometre run and our 3-kilometre walk to start here in Batman Avenue a little bit later on this morning as part of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
What do you believe in? Freedom of choice, in love and in life? Sticking together through life's moments? Understanding and compassionate support. At Uniting, we believe in all of this and more. So if you support confronting injustice right across the community, you can believe in us. Uniting, a future we believe in.
Maybe this was a mistake. That voice in our heads that urges you forward. I started this. I can finish it. Feel it.
Well, this is a moment we've been waiting for about the last 20 minutes here. We are here with a very, very special guest here. We are here with the Leek family, and particularly one member of the family has just smashed the Sri Lankan 10K run. It is, of course, Noah. Noah, how are you feeling after that incredible run?
Great.
Great. And I said to you, what are you going to eat for dinner tonight? What is your big reward? What did you say?
Quiche.
Quiche. Did anyone expect that? No. Now, why was this significant today? Why today of all days?
Because I like quiche.
No, not quiche. Let's get off the quiche here, Noah. I mean, why today are you running? What was the motivation to do the Nike Melbourne Marathon?
Well, I want to build up my award collection, and I just want to be recognised and get better at running.
And I reckon you're well on your way, Noah. And also, is it a special day? Is it a significant day for you in particular?
No, not really.
Your birthday?
Not today.
Not today. But, Mum, we were talking to you before. We met the family here as well. They were here. They were cheering you on. We were watching you on the app. Hashtag Melbourne Marathon, by the way, if you are following at home. But also, we were following you. Mum, tell us, how proud are you?
Oh, very proud. Very proud. He's one of the most passionate and driven kids that I know. He's so committed.
And we said before that Noah, you said before, Dad, that Noah's a keen footy player as well?
2 back-to-back best and fairest for Edithvale Espindale. So he's a bit of a gun.
He really is. Like, Noah, I mean, this is a huge thing. I was watching you before, like, we were cheering you on from here. And not only were you like, there's some adults there really out of breath. You ran through, not a problem. I mean, how do you prepare for this?
I go for runs, get up before school just to train like about 3-4 times a week.
Are you serious? I'm like asleep, well and truly asleep. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Nothing.
Nothing? Is that what got you through? Now you're just going to smash the quiche?
Yeah.
Good idea. Hey guys, thank you so much. This is the Leak family. This is what it's all about. The family's here. This is the real stories. We're going to see more of them throughout the day. Danny, how is this for you? This is fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome. We've got so many 10K runners coming through right now. Congratulations to everyone crossing the line. They are coming through in droves, and we are really, really pumped up to have the winner of the marathoners coming through, and very quickly the half marathoners right behind them.
Yeah, back to back. We are standing by for that. That is very, very close. The crowd over here is pumped. They're ramped up. They're cheering. They've made their signs. They're super happy. You can see them over here. That's what it's all about, because we're back, and we're super excited. It is all happening. We'll keep you. We'll be back in a minute with the half and the full. It's all here. 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Oh, exciting times in the 2022 Nike Half Marathon. And Jack Rayner, wow, what a statement over the last K and a half. He has really put the medal on, and he's made a nice little breakaway from Matt Clark, who was sitting second behind him.
Yeah, he's really put in a gap here, and it is a little bit tricky with Jack's time not coming up on the tracker. But if we use Seth O'Donnell as a bit of a measure, Seth's back in third, and he's on that sort of 3:10 pace, it looks like. So I think Seth could be on. Sorry, Seth. I think Jack could be on really good pace for a fast time here. He's having a bit of a grin there.
Well, course record's 1:01:57, so it would be a chance perhaps to maybe do course record. So we're talking 61:57 as a course record in 2013.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing there is obviously we had those splits from the rest of the field at 10K and 17.4K. And whilst we've seen the rest of the field sort of drop off a bit when they were on that early sub-3 minute pace and looking at that sort of 62-minute time, you use that as a bit of a measuring stick and you think, well, Jack's put all those guys in the bin. So he could be well under 62 minutes here.
So Jack Rayner, our absolute superstar, who's doing beautifully in this Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. He took it out in 2021. He ran it in a time of 62:30 and was a dominant winner last year. He's won the Gold Coast Half Marathon a couple of times. He was the Australian Zatopek 10,000 metre champion this year, and no doubt he really dominated in the Commonwealth Games in 2022. 5,000 metres, 8th placing. So what a superstar Jack Rayner is. And, well, he's going to make it back-to-back.
Yeah, he's going to get another win here. And, look, he's looking pretty comfortable. You know, he knows he's got a sneaky chance for the win here. And we've got a bit of a split there from Matt Clark. So Matt Clark was back in second, and he was holding 3:01 pace. So when you think about 3-minute pace back home, I think that's 72 seconds a lap for a lap of an Aths track, and it's about 63-minute pace for a half marathon. So when Jack is putting that sort of gap into Matt Clark, who is a fellow Olympian, obviously at a bit of a different distance in the steeplechase, Jack being the marathon Olympian. I think we'll have to wait and see what happens with Jack, but I think if we can look at that gap and we try and do a bit of quick maths. I'd say Jack, yeah, he's going to be in that low 62-minute range, maybe 61 high.
Well, he might better his time of last year, which was 62:30. It was a terrific run in 2021 in that December date that we had the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival over the 2 days. And, well, he's going to go back-to-back and potentially better that time of 2021. And what an athlete he is. And as we look to the Nike full marathon, and it's our runner, Timothy Rona, out in front. And what a story this is. He's ran 2:07 as his PB, 01, and is on target to potentially take a course record here at Melbourne for 2022.
Yeah, and he's going to hit probably the hilly section of the course here, and he had a little bit of a wobble coming around the corner there, so on some tired legs, but he's been putting in an absolute masterclass today. Throughout every split, he's just gradually picked it up. They injected that bit of 258k pace around halfway and have held 303s back down to 258s coming into that 35k mark. So Tim Rono working his way down towards what will likely be a course record.
Our international runner, we haven't seen them for a couple of years, and well, he's made his mark, and his second half of this race has been absolutely sensational, the Kenyan runner.
Yeah, and often people talk about that. In a perfect world, you'd negative split your marathon, and obviously it's a little bit outside his PB, but he's come in today knowing that, the big bonus would be breaking the course record, and it looks like that is what he's trying to execute to perfection. As Jack Rayner, now, I know camera shots can be deceiving, Trent, but he looks like he has a mammoth gap there.
Oh, his last 3Ks has been enormous. It's been absolutely enormous. The time gap that he's put on Matt Clark is increased unbelievably. He's run beautifully, Jack Rayner, and he's had a busy schedule, but I know he loves coming back to Melbourne and performing well here. And he's been a past winner last year, half marathon, so he's going to go back-to-back. And what a superstar he is! Only 26 years of age. He's got a PB of 61:01 in Cardiff in 2018, and Jack Rayner is certainly getting closer and closer to the finishing line here at the MCG. And just a beautiful runner, looks nice and comfortable, very fluent, and has led from start to finish.
Yeah, and we've just got a few little late updates there on the splits for Jack. So he has come through a few of the timestamps there, and as you can see, he's kept a really steady pace around that 3-minute mark. And it looks like just when he would have dispatched Matt Clark, he's ripped things back down to 2:52 paces. He comes close to the MCG here. He's going to be just over 62 minutes, so it's going to be close. He's got a lot of watch checking there. He'll know what time he needs to hit, and I think he'll be trying to ramp it up just as he comes home.
Absolutely. So we had a 62:30 in 2021, and he's on track to beat that time in 2022. So he's just edging closer and closer to one of the world's famous sporting stadiums, the MCG, and what a performance it's been. And we honestly thought it was going to be a really tough race with the the credentials of some of the other runners, but he's just done it beautifully, Jack Rayner, hasn't he?
Yeah, 61:57 is the time he's looking to beat, and it's going to be very, very close. But comes in here, he's got the motorbikes, making sure he knows where to go, and giving some of those 10K runners a good look at a gentleman who's represented Australia on a number of occasions.
Hey, 61:57's a record, so I'll tell you what, it's going to go close as Jack Rayner makes his way into the MCG, and I know there's a big crowd waiting for Jack as he makes his way into that final 300 metres of the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon. Jack Rayner comes into the building. He won in 2021. He represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games, and Jack Rayner is going to make it back-to-back wins in the Nike Half Marathon here in Melbourne. He's got 150 metres to go, and I know the crowd's going to be up on their feet and cheering him home as Jack Rayner makes his way to the finishing line area. 100 metres to go. He's an absolute superstar, 26 years of age, and Jack Rayner will do it again here in Melbourne. He won in 62:30 last year, and he's made it back-to-back as Jack Rayner hits the finishing line in the Nike Half Marathon. What a win by Jack Rayner, and really stamped his authority on that back half of the race, Sean Whip. A terrific run and just a lovable character.
Yeah, he looked like about 62:15 for the win there, sporting some new tattoos there, Jack. He's a character and loves the stash and tattoos combo, so getting congratulated there by teammates Stewie McSwain, one of Australia's multiple record holders at 1500 and 3K. Obviously pretty happy with his morning's work there.
Absolutely, and better the time from 2021, so the pace that he ran was absolutely sensational, and Jack Rayner has taken out back-to-back wins in the Nike Half Marathon for 2022, and he's pretty happy about it too, smiling, talking there with the elite athlete director in Tim Crosby, and what a win, what a win.
Yeah, I think it's always pretty exciting once you get over the finish line and you've got some of those pyrotechnics waking you up. But now I think we can see, Jack's done a big block of work out there this morning and a bit tired as we see Matt Clark come in on debut. This will be a great run for him, just under 63:30 there. So he'll be pretty happy with that one, I think.
Absolutely, and a great year he's had as well, Matt Clark. He's ran in some great events, and I guess he's one of those guys that's always stiff because he's up against really good opposition.
Yeah, and he's a guy that specialises in the steeplechase here, as we see Seth O'Donnell just going to get edged out by Sam McEntee. So real quality down through to even, fourth and probably fifth behind them here as well. So that number of guys under 64 minutes, Tim Crosby is going to be over the moon.
Absolutely. So Jack Rayner, Matt Clark and Sam McEntee with young Seth O'Donnell coming in fourth. And that's our top four in the Nike Half Marathon for 2022. So all eyes now will be on the Melbourne Marathon because Timothy Rona, our leader, is not far away from hitting the MCG. And also, too, we've got our Nike Half Marathon leading female runner in Jess Denson, who's running a beautiful race at the moment as well, Sean.
Yeah, I think the last update we saw from Jess was that, she'd obviously gone out on a pretty firm pace and having a chat to her coach, Adam Diddick, the other day, he did say that the goal was to, go out and try and break 70 minutes, run 3:20 pace as long as possible. And she's had a big crack at that through the early stages of the race, but looked like through 17.4 she'd slowed slightly, so should be around that 71, 72 minute mark as we saw Andy Buchanan just come in there.
So I reckon we're only about 4 or 5 minutes away from welcoming the first of our marathon runners coming in as well, with Timothy Rona the Kenyan runner who's come over, the 29-year-old leading the charge there. He's had a PB of 2 hours 7:01. And, obviously a great placing in the top 10 in the Barcelona Marathon in Spain earlier this year, where he ran a 2 hour, 7 minute and 23 marathon. And, well, he might not better that one, but I'll tell you what, he's on course to maybe break the course record here, set by Dominic Ondoro back in 2013.
Yeah, and Trent, it's a big one for any marathon runner. When you're clocking up these international wins, you want to put that on your CV and be able to show that you can win at big events and obviously clean up a bit in the prize money department. So I don't think Tim will be too stressed about his run today time-wise, but a real good CV booster.
Absolutely, as we see more and more 10-kilometre runners coming through, and we see our half marathoners starting to make their way into the MCG as well. But all eyes now will be the full marathon, the Nike Marathon, with Timmy Rona, the Kenyan runner, out in front. And, well, looking at our timer, well, I reckon he's only about 1.5 k's away from entering the MCG. So Cornelius Kiplagat, these countrymen, sitting in second position at the moment. It looks like Reece Edwards might be in third. But our leader is Timothy Rona from Kenya, and he's on the descent down to the MCG. And what a performance from the international runner.
Yeah, we've got his 40k split there, and he slowed a little bit, understandably going through the hilliest section of the course, but still on for a sub-2:10 time. So it'll be a big question now to see if he can hang on to that all the way through to the finish and grab that course record that he's been working at all day. And I think he's actually going to come up right near Jess Stenson here. He's passing Tom Bowers, one of the lads who've been running with Jess throughout the half marathon. So, yeah, Tim Rono putting in an absolute shift here. And he's going to be rewarded for a really solid 2 hours work at the office this morning.
Absolutely. And, I guess we always expect big things from our international runners, especially, from our African countries of Kenya and Ethiopia, because, that's what they excel in. And he hasn't disappointed today. We thought, there might have been a real chance that, a Reece Edwards or a Riley Cox could have stayed with these guys. But, geez, they've shown their absolute skill, in the latter part of the race, from the halfway mark, really, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things you get when, you come from a country that's so deep in marathon ability, and, he's from a training group over in Kenya that's got, 203, 204, 205 guys are plenty in it. So when you're the 207 guy and, you're still boosting that CV with some international wins, this is probably just what you need for your confidence and set you right into a fast one in 2023.
Well, it'll be it wasn't that long ago when we had an international runner take out the Nike Melbourne Marathon. It was Isaac Barir from Kenya in 2019, the pre-COVID event where he ran it in a time of 2 hours 16:31. And he also won that in 2017. And then Dominic Ondoro was our course record holder in 2 hours 11:30. So we've had some international runners win this race over the last 7 or 8 years. But Timothy Rona will be adding his name to that honour list as he makes his way closer and closer to the MCG. We've hit over 2 hours, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. And, I think it's going to be pretty close whether he breaks his course record or not.
It's going to be close with the course record, and it's going to be an action-packed 2 or 3 minutes with some estimated times there for Tim Rono and Jess Stenson finishing around the same time. As we put this into perspective, Tim Rono's obviously done the full distance and is absolutely carving past some of our sort of 73, 74-minute half marathoners here. So not mucking about in making his way to the MCG. I reckon he's about a minute off entering the stadium.
Gee, it's going to be very, very tight for Timothy Rona, the Kenyan runner, as he's certainly only just on the tip of the entry point of the MCG. And what a performance it's been. It was a very calculated, measured start from the international runner. Didn't break any records in the first half of the race, but by jolly, he's really lifted as he goes into the entranceway, and he's going to make his way into the MCG. So Timothy Rona, there's a lead vehicle. He's on a 2:08.19, so he's realistically got 2 minutes to try and break this record. That smiling face as he comes in, as he runs along the Shane Warne stand on the outer side here of the MCG, and Timothy Rona will etch his name onto the honour list of Melbourne Marathon champions as he goes right around. They go a little bit further around the marathoners, around the witches' cones, and he's almost at the finishing line here in Melbourne. So Timothy Rona He's going to be the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon champion, and I reckon he's going to break the course record.
He's had a bit of trouble with the cones there, but he's soaking the crowd in. I don't know if he knows how close he is to the course record here, but I think he's got time. 2:10:47 was the previous record, and Timothy Rono is going to smash that.
Here he is. He's gone through. The fireworks are up, and the Kenyan has taken out the Nike Marathon for 2022, and I reckon it is a new course record. He's given the little high five to elite athlete director Tim Crosby, and what a second half for the race from the Kenyan runner. As we said, very calculated as his countryman in Cornelius Kiplagat is making his way into the MCG as well. And I'll tell you what, well, he's got a minute to try and break the course record as well.
I reckon Kiplagat's going to be under the record as well. Kiplagat a bit clearer on the cones here. He's managed to find his way to the outside boundary, but they do factor that into the course, the margin for error. So I'm sure Tim will be all right. As we have Jess Stenson about to enter the stadium as well to take the win in the Nike Women's Half Marathon.
Oh, what a performance by Jess Stenson. Obviously, Sinead Diver didn't start the race, but that hasn't deterred Jess Stenson. What a 2022 she's had. She's taking everything before her. Gold medal at the Commonwealth Games in 2022 at Birmingham only a month or two ago. She's performed well at the Gold Coast Half Marathon, winning that one in a time of 71:35. She was third place in the half marathon here at Melbourne last year. The CV is just getting bigger and bigger for Jess Stenson, and look at her go. She's just only about 150 metres away from making her way into the finishing line area here on the famous MCG, just going past the Shane Warne stand, completing her journey there, and then she'll go around along past the Olympic stand, past the MCC members stand, and make her way to the finishing line. And her affiliation with Melbourne is getting stronger and stronger each and every year.
Yeah, brilliant to see Jess really make the most of the race today and have a crack at a super fast time, and she'll be rewarded with a big win here.
So Jess Stenson, she's going to put her name on the honour roll once again, smiling, the fireworks are blaring, the party atmosphere at the MCG, and Jess Stenson has run beautifully to take out the Nike Half Marathon, our first female runner across the line. And she looks a bit tired and sore. She's put some heavy pace into that one.
Yeah.
That was a big run.
It looks like she has really put everything out there in the first 10K to try and get under 70 minutes. And the splits don't really tell the story. People will say, she's blown up a bit at the end there. And whilst Jess might have, I think that's only because she has put absolutely everything into the first sort of 2/3 of that race. So I think she's going to need a brief sit down there to collect herself. But yeah, definitely a fantastic opportunity in Melbourne to be able to test yourself this early in the year and really throw down on the course.
Absolutely. What a program she's had, and she just hasn't failed to deliver, has she? She's just everything that she's taken on this year, she's done well and performed beautifully, and that's why she's one of our great runners of Australia.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we might have had a bit of a camera shot there of our second elite female coming in for the half marathon. We saw a bit of Sarah Klein, but I think we've just got Rose Davies looping around the top corner of the stadium there. So Rose will take second, and it looks like Sarah will be third. And no knock on either of these athletes. Obviously, Rose and Sarah both at the World Championships this year in Oregon. Rose in the 5,000 and Sarah in the marathon.
Hey, Rose Davies, what a story. Debut in the half marathon. She won the last year's 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event. She's going to come second. She won the Zatopek. Well, she's a two-time Zatopek Australian 10,000 metre champion. Won it this year in a time of 32:58 and last year in 31:39. She represented Australia at the Olympics in 2021. First place in last year's Sri Lankan Airlines 10-kilometre event. And she's done beautifully well. And just noting down, also in the half marathon, see the great man. He celebrated his 60th birthday during the week in Steve Monteghetti. And what an ambassador he's been for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival as well. But Sarah Klein in the half marathon, she was one of the pre-race favourites going in. She ran at the World Marathon Championships this year, finished in 14th place. She won the Newcastle Marathon in a time of 2 hours 30:49, and her CV is just getting ever increasingly bigger as well. Sarah Klein, the 37-year-old, and she has taken out third placing in the Nike Melbourne Half Marathon for 2022.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to the depth of the race when you've got someone who finished 14th at a World Championship coming in third in the half. So great to see the half, the full, the 10, every event offering a number of deep fields for a lot of our domestic elite athletes.
She's been a repeat visitor to the Melbourne Marathon Festival, has Sarah Klein. She's had some top placings in previous years. 2013, 4th place in the marathon and 4th place in last year's marathon as well in a time of 2 hours 32:26. But Jess Denson, she is our winner for 2022 in the Nike Half Marathon, and our male winner was Jack Rayner in the Nike Half Marathon for the men's category. In our marathon, it was Timothy Rayner and Reece Edwards, the first Australian runner coming across the line in the men's marathon. And I'll tell you what, he kept up with the two Kenyans for a good half of the race, but they really showed their experience and talent. But Reece Edwards, who's had an absolutely sensational 2022 campaign, has come third across the line in this year's Nike Marathon. And I reckon he'd be pretty happy with that. Sean?
Yeah, I think for a lot of marathoners, it's sort of what opportunity the race presents. And I think for a guy like Reece, he would recognise it was a really good chance to run with some elite athletes for, half, if not more of the race. And whilst he hasn't run a PB, I think he'd be really happy with a 2:14:42 showing there, showing that, he's backed up off a 2:17 less than a fortnight ago. So I think he's mentioned during the year that he's going to target some of the ultra races overseas later in the year. So obviously in a really, really strong space.
Hey, what a last 10 minutes it's been here at the MCG. We've seen Jack Rayner take out the Nike Half Marathon. We've seen Jess Denson, the Queen of Australian Marathon running, taking out the Nike Half Marathon women's race. And just recently we saw the international runner of Timothy Reno from Kenya taking out the 2022 Nike Men's Marathon in a course record time that was set by fellow countryman Dominic Adoro in 2013. Went across down to Jibby and Aaron on the Village.
One of the great things, Steely, about the Melbourne Marathon Festival is that not only is it for the athletes, for the participants, for the volunteers, it's also here for the spectators. So we've ducked outside the MCG, just out on the concourse, and we're having a bit of a look at the sponsors area, the backbone that keeps it all together. We might take the crew for a bit of a wander. What do you reckon?
Jimmy, sounds fantastic. No, we can't. We know that out on course we've got fantastic hydration from Gatorade here, and as we make our way around. Now, one of our other fantastic sponsors that's come on board this year is in at Morton. So we've had a bit of a chat to Tom and Luke are in here now, and they've brought one of their other famous celebrities. Luke, how are you, mate?
Good, mate, good.
Now, Morton are on board this year, so tell us a little bit about your nutrition and everything that the races will experience out there.
Okay, so it's a little bit different than most other brands and whatnot. So we're all carbohydrate based. We don't do any protein, electrolytes or amino acids. We got the gels, we got the drink mixes, and we got the bars. And the bars and the drink mixes are for beforehand. Drink mixes can be used in the race, and the gels are mainly used for the race.
Fantastic, really well supported out there. Now, as a go-to, as an athlete yourself, what's your go-to?
Definitely the Gel 100, CAF 100, definitely my go-to.
Beautiful. So a huge thank you to Morton as well. We've been out on course, and all the aid stations out there, our runners will come across?
Yeah, they're going to be at 11 and 31, so that'll be really good for them.
Perfect timing. So thanks so much to the Morton guys and girls down here. We're just going to make our way back through our expo now. We've got our fantastic merchandise tent, and there's a cast of thousands here, Jimmy. There wasn't many before, but now you've got really about 10K runners come through, our half marathon finishes, and that bit of that memorabilia and just to commemorate the occasion as well as that races medal.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there, Steely. As you can see, people are lining up still out here to be able to get their merchandise, their official merchandise, of course, from the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. As we wander down on the concourse, you can still see there is a great vibe out here. There's people everywhere. We've also got our Sri Lankan Airlines, of course, one of our major sponsors, DP, over here. We might sneak down and have a look and say hello to some of our, maybe the Booper store, Steely. Let's go and say hello in there, see what they're up to in there. Plenty of giveaways here too for all the spectators that are inside the MCG. So if you want to come out and get some wonderful giveaways from our sponsors, please do that as well. It looks like Nicole and Sophia. Oh, Nicole. Hello, Nicole. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
We're going very well, thank you. How's the morning been out here at the...
Very busy.
Has it? What have you been up to?
Yeah, we're here to give you some free advices.
Oh, there you go. So if you're inside the MCG and you're looking for a free advisor, come and see Nicole here at Booper. Oh, we better try one of those on, Nicole, just to make sure.
Do a bit of adjustment on the side.
I was going to say,
It's adjustable at the start.
There we go, and it is adjustable just for those people that are still.
If you've got a big brain, Steely, you need a big head to fit it in. All right.
And with sweaty, you definitely want to visor rather than the cap.
That's very true. Nicole, how's the morning been here at? What does it mean for Booper to be involved in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival?
Very good. We're actually one of the sponsors for the marathon as well. We're really happy to be here after the lockdown first time.
Yep.
It's massive.
Nice,
Hope everyone enjoys.
Nice to be back out on course again, and nice to be here with, enjoying the wonderful company of people around.
Definitely, and we're here to give you like good value products. If anyone interested, have any questions, we're here to answer.
There you go. You heard it first from Nicole. Come out here for some good value products, for some giveaways and some advice.
As well. Feel free to have a chat. We also have a lucky draw as well for any members.
Perfect.
People that can a chance to win a gift card for the Nike stores.
Oh, fantastic. So and the giveaways as well. So we love it. Thanks so much, Nicole, for being a great supporter.
Enjoy. Have fun.
Enjoy. And of course, Steely, I'm getting to that point. It's that time of the day. In fact, any time of the day. It must be due for a coffee. We've got to find somewhere for a coffee, don't we?
Well, funny you should say that, Jimmy, because another one of our fantastic supporters down here is St. Ali Coffee. Oh. Now, if you've ever had, it's not only just a coffee, Jimmy, it's an experience. If you've ever been to St. Ali down in South Melbourne as well, it is a full experience. You immerse yourself in not only the Melbourne coffee culture, but just the coffee in itself.
So there you heard it. So if you're after a coffee, get out here. Make sure you support St. Ali, wonderful sponsors, and there's plenty of other prizes and giveaways out here as well. So lots to do outside here on the concourse. Back up to you, Trent, up and in the MCG.
Oh, what a shot. The visual aerial shots have been absolutely sensational for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2022. We've greeted all of our winners, bar one, Sean, and that is the Nike Melbourne Marathon Women's Champion. We're not far away. They're approaching the MCG, just under 2Ks to go. And at the moment, at the 40-kilometre checkpoint, our leader is Beatrice Cheptu with a time of 2 hours 20:29. Currently about 21 seconds in front of Yenabiba Maru Ajiju, and the Australian debutante marathon run of Izzy Bat-Doyle sees her in third position. But at the moment, it is a 25-second lead from Beatrice Cheptu out in front in this year's Melbourne Marathon, brought to you by Nike.
Yeah, so it looks like Cheptu picked things up by about 5 seconds a K between 35 and 40K. So not a massive increase in pace on paper, but you know, when you've been running for the better part of 2 hours already, you know, that can feel like a real uptick in pace, especially through that hillier section, you know, coming around the back of the tan. So it'd be really interesting to see, you know, if Cheptu continues to kick it down and hangs on to that gap, but also if Izzy Bat-Doyle can stay under 2.5 hours, under that 2:30 mark, that'd be a really, really solid debut of what she admitted was, you know, a bit of a last-minute prep.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at her CV, you know, she's accomplished the half marathon here at Melbourne last year. She's an accomplished 10,000-metre runner, represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games and at the Zatopek Classic. She came third in 2022. She ran for Australia at the Olympics last year in the 5,000 metres. So just adding that marathon distance just is giving her a really rounded schedule that she can attack, you know, however she wants to, you know, in the future years.
Yeah, and as Izzy had said in interviews earlier in the week, it's not so much about, you know, running her fastest marathon right now. She knows it's towards the end of the season, or what's been a long track season for her, but she, you know, felt fresh enough and had done enough base work to have a crack at a marathon. So it's really a good itch to scratch, you know, kind of early on in your career if you're Izzy and you think, look, you know, maybe in 2 to 3 years she'll be one of those sort of 2:25, 2:24 marathoners that we're so good at churning out in Australia.
Oh, absolutely, and she's had a beautiful debut thus far, and you know, still a lot to play out, but at the moment it's Beatrice Cheptu from Kenya, that is out in front. The 29-year-old, she's had 2 great marathon performances this year, and I think she'll beat that time that she set this year in the Milano Marathon. She finished 8th with a time of 2 hours 31:04, and the Eldoret City Marathon in Kenya, where she was 15th in a time of 2 hours 39:29. Obviously, different climate, different course, but she's had a couple of great performances in 2022, and looking to take out line honours here at Melbourne, but I don't think it's going to come that easy, to be honest with you.
I could guarantee the Eldoret Marathon would, 1, be very deep in competition, but 2, definitely not flat. So you see 2:39, but you remember it's at about 2,400 metres of altitude. So, you come down to sea level, pancake flat course, you'd be pretty happy. But, yeah, we shouldn't be too far off. I think our tracker's showing us here that Beatrice Cheptu is about a kilometre out from the finish. So we should have some footage shortly of her running up that sort of final entry point to the MCG.
Absolutely. Now, their best times, our 2 international runners, Maru Ejiju and also Cheptu, they're both 2:25 runners. Looking at what they've produced so far, especially at that 40-kilometre checkpoint, I don't know whether they're going to better that. They're looking at about a 2:28. So it's not going to have any effect on the course record set by Sinead Diver in 2018. But nevertheless, it's going to be a great performance from our international runner, Cheptu, if she's able to hold on, or whether, Ajiju just has that little bit left in the legs in that last K to try and just nuddle things back before they enter the MCG.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to sort of the organisation that went into, Sinead running that 2:25 in years prior, in that she had, 2 really elite men's runners taking her. I think Shuey went as far as maybe 30 or 35K for her. So, it's hard to get people that are happy to run that pace for 30 or 35K, but, it always just shows there's something to improve on year to year, and sort of the architecture of putting together a race like that with all the support personnel that you need.
Our last international female winner was Naomi Mayo from Kenya in 2019. She won the event in 2 hours 35:34. So a Kenyan's going to take out line honours once again, but we cannot discount the great performance, the debut of Izzy Bat-Doyle. What a superstar she is. Beautiful young lady. A fantastic runner over many distances. The middle distance, and now really building up into those longer distance runs. And I think she's going to be really satisfied with her debut effort here in the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2022.
Yeah, and I think that debut is always a bit of a nerve-wracking one, in that you're running into the unknown. It's your furthest race distance by double. So, it's often a bit of a risk-averse attempt on the first go. But if something goes as well as this, I think it'd really build her confidence to shoot for something in the sort of 2:26, 2:25 range next time she's out there.
Hey, look at the aerial shots here of Melbourne. What a city it is. It's, we've got no doubt it's the greatest city in Australia and the world. But it's the runner, Beatrice Cheptu, that's making her way into the MCG, and look at her go. She looks very fluent, very comfortable in the way she's running, and she's got only about 300 metres to go, and she's going to take out line honours. Just had a little glance over the shoulder, seeing whether her nearest rival in the Ethiopian, in Yenabiba, Maru Ejiju, is behind her. But at the moment, it's going to be Beatrice Cheptu that'll take out line honours. 250 metres to go, and what a performance it's been. It's been a tight race. Cheptu, Ajiju and Izzy Bat-Doyle have been the 3 mainstays of this Nike Melbourne Marathon women's events.
Yeah, they've definitely seen a lot of each other in these 42.2K, with Cheptu figuring out the cones there, having a brief look over the shoulder, but she's got a big gap on Ajiju, and I think she's going to comfortably take the win here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon.
And then all eyes are going to be on Izzy Bat-Doyle as well. But we'll look at the winner here, Cheptu. She's got 120 metres to go. The crowd is up on their feet. And Beatrice Cheptu, the Kenyan runner, 29 years of age. She performed well at the Milano Marathon earlier this year, and she's going to add the Melbourne Marathon to her resume. She takes out honours. The fireworks are firing. And Beatrice Cheptu as the champion for 2022. What a great performance. And the internationals, they're dominated this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Yeah, and if we can keep getting this this level of international athlete coming back week sort of year to year, I think that will be the most interesting element of whether or not the course record can pick up. Probably a slight bit of confusion from the commentary box there with Izzy Bat-Doyle at the finish line. We didn't see her come across the finish line.
I reckon it was a lot tighter than what it was.
I think it might have been a bit tighter there. They've got her down as 2:28.11 with a Juju coming in behind her. We'll try and get a bit of confirmation there on the ground as to what happened there. Must have been missed on the camera. But yeah, if 2:28.11 is what Izzy's registered, that's a massive debut run.
Absolutely, and we said anything under 2:30 would be a great effort, and Izzy Bat-Doyle in her debut marathon, 2:28.11. So Yenabiba Maru Ajiju from Ethiopia takes out that third placing. There's our podium. But Izzy Bat-Doyle, look at the elation on her face. First-time marathoner, and it just means a lot to her. And Izzy Bat-Doyle, absolutely sensational. She is going to finish on the podium, and I reckon there's a bit of confusion there. I actually think she's taken it out.
Yeah, it's something that, we're going to have to wait for some confirmation on. We've got the chip times are showing us that Beatrice Cheptoo's taken the win in 2:27.59, but there's great footage of Izzy having a bit of a laugh there with training partner Rose Davies and fellow South Australian Jess Stenson. But the stress and the nerves that she would have had coming into the Melbourne Marathon, never having raced the distance, she must be absolutely over the moon with a 2:28.11 debut.
Absolutely. So we'll get confirmation of what's going down on the ground level just to see what's transpired. I'm looking forward to the post-race interview with our runners there. But absolutely sensational here at the Melbourne Marathon.
Her partner there, Riley Cox, as well, has had a great day at the office with dipping under 2:17 for the first time in the men's marathon. So be a happy household back in Adelaide. The Runners One crew with their new coffee shop they've opened up. Pretty successful rec running business over there in Adelaide. So as you can see, some of their training partners there over the moon.
Absolutely. So what a finish it's been this morning. Some great performances. And highlighted by Timothy Rona from Kenya taking out the men's marathon. Our half marathoners, Jack Rayner and also Jess Stenson, a couple of absolute superstars of Australian marathon and long distance running. And our 10-kilometre winners this morning were Dale Carroll and Caitlin Adams. So we're just waiting to find out what's transpired in that ladies marathon, the Nike Melbourne Marathon. But we're led to believe that Izzy Bat-Doyle has taken out the win from our international runner in Beatrice Cheptoo from Kenya. So plenty happening. But I'll tell you what a great day. Plenty of great weather. The crowd up and about. And, it's good to have Melbourne Marathon back to its pre-COVID format.
Yeah, a bit more info there on the finish. So the chip times are showing us that Beatrice Cheptoo got the win in 2:27.59. And it's got Izzy Bat-Doyle listed as second. But I've just pinged a message down to Tim Crosby on the ground just to see what happened. But either way, a fantastic result for Izzy on debut and one that will no doubt fill her with a ton of confidence moving forward in what is her very young marathon career.
Absolutely, and great to see so many runners. Over 34,000 runners are taking part in this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. You see the aerial shots of all the runners going along the outskirts of the MCG. We've got the trains and a really fantastic vibe here at the sporting precinct of Melbourne, which is the MCG. So we're looking forward to another big rest of the morning. Still plenty more to occur, but our feature winners have occurred. It's been absolutely sensational, and you can see the finishing line area there in the aerial shot. Big crowd in attendance on the MCC side of the MCG, and I think all the runners are really enjoying their chance to run on the hallowed turf before the International World Cup starts a little bit later this month. So we'll be back with much, much more here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2022.
Oh, there's plenty happening outside the MCG, Steely. We've got Elise here from the Nike Recovery Station. Elise, what's going on out here?
All sorts of fun. We've got smoothies, we've got snacks, we've got coconut water, all the things that the runners need after all their incredible work today. We've got a recovery lab at the back where people can have massages and all sorts. Ice baths, if they're keen.
I'm liking the sounds of that. Why don't you take us out to the lab out the back and give us a bit of a look at it?
Yeah, come on out. Let's have a look.
So part of the, this is obviously part of the hydration to get back in the business after the race.
Electrolytes bags, general, you need your sustenance afterwards. So we've got plenty of good healthy snacks, but also, a bit of jockey if you need it. A bit of banana,
sounds fantastic. I might have to take up running so I can get to the recovery station.
Maybe me too.
And you're saying something about ice baths and boots out here. So talk to us about that. What are the ice baths and boots? What do they do to help the recovery?
So I am going to actually ask one of the experts on that because I don't want to say the wrong thing, but the ice baths apparently they draw blood. I don't know. I'm not going to answer that for you.
Well, that's all right. We can find out. We've got. I thought you guys were meant to be running. It looks like you're having a rest here. What's going on? Who have we got here? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Kim.
Hello, Kim. How are you? I'm Jimmy. How are you going?
Thanks.
And then you've got some of these fancy recovery boots on, Kim.
I feel like I didn't even run 10Ks today.
You probably didn't. Well done. You only did the 5. No, she didn't. She did the Sri Lankan 10K event. Kim, how did you go out there?
I did great, thank you.
Well, and you're going to be even better after giving these a go.
Might do that next, the ice bath.
Oh, we're going to go and check that out next ourselves, so we'll see you there. Well done, Kim. So let's have a look over here. We might grab someone here. Sorry to interrupt. What's your name?
Daniel.
G'day, I've got Daniel out here now. Daniel, what's going on? We've seen the recovery boots. What's all this ice bath business?
Oh, well, the ice baths is just getting in there. You've got to get in there, get as deep as you can, get the recovery going, then you can get back out next.
Steely, you don't want to get your shoes wet, mate. You better get those off because you're going in.
I think Steely should be in there.
I think you should be in there. Come on, mate. We've got to see how good. We've got to see.
I've done a lot of standing around. All right.
He's done his steps. Now, this is live, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Aaron Steele, half marathoner, Ironman athlete, commentator extraordinaire, grade 5 teacher. He has had a big week, this guy.
Keep him quiet.
That's
hard. That's hard to do.
I don't know if it'll keep him quiet now. Steely, don't get all your other fancy things wet there. So Dan, talk us through this. What the obviously for those athletes that are out there running at the moment, this is a great way to promote recovery after an event.
Great way for just instant recovery, just to get in there, flush out all the toxins for your legs that you've just worked hard on, and just lower the core temperature.
Yeah.
Come on, Steely, get deep.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. We're at the Nike recovery station. We've got boots, we've got electrolytes, we've got hydrates, and we've got Steely in the bath. See, we'll throw back to you, Trent. Well done, Steely. How is it?
The things we do down here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon, just to make it out here, get down. It's a fantastic event, and I'm fully recovered now. I'm going to have to walk around and get amongst it. So get down, enjoy the recovery station. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Elise. Fantastic.
Dear guardians of language, it's time to take a look at the definition of performance. To evolve much loved but simplistic notions like speed and power. True drivers now see the world as not just fast or slow. New performance throws you back into your seat, squeezes every molecule and watt, and gets a thrill from giving back. Performance redefined.
Walking out of hospital without my baby both times was probably the hardest thing I've had to do. I've never felt so empty. Speaking to someone who's been through it before helps you cope by making it normal.
For 75 years,
Bupa has helped prepare Australians for life's ups, downs, and the up agains. Bupa, because life happens.
And our winner today for the Nike Half Marathon with a time of 1:12:22, you know her, the champion, Jessica Stetson! Ladies and gentlemen, would you go crazy? Put your hands together for our winners today at the female Nike Half Marathon. Thank you so much. As we move to our male competitors as well, with a time of 1:03:48, Sam McGinty. That's it? Yeah, that's all right. In second place with a time of 1:03:26, Matthew Clark. And the reigning champion here, you know him, he's won again for another year. Our male place, first place, with a time of 1:02:16, the man himself, it is Jack Rayner! Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our male winners today of the Nike Half Marathon. Thank you so much.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with my running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down.
I don't think I really want to do this anymore.
She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join the...
All right, everybody, we're down here where all the hype is, with all the runners finishing across the finish line. I'm with Deborah Bruce, who's just come across the finish line about 12 minutes ago and finished a marathon in PB time. Deborah, how'd you go?
Oh, it was tough out there. They're all learning curves, so felt good up to about 25k. Then nature called, so took a little bit of effort to get back on pace, but showed that I could pick it back up and get the job done.
Yeah. And, you know, I was tracking you along the way. You were in fine form. I was getting very excited. And you're one of our local running group Crosby Crew members, coached by Tim Crosby. And I know that Rachel was out here today. It's so good to see so many of you out. Are you feeling like you're ready for the next event coming up?
Yeah, I'm going to take a little break now, spend some time with my family. It's a really big team effort. There's Jess Jason as well, who debuted today, who's part of our little squad. So credit to Tim, my husband, my little girl, Ollie and Olivia out in the crowd. Everybody makes it possible. I just have to go out there and try my best.
Absolutely. It's so good being part of a run club too. Congratulations to you, and all my love to your family.
Thank you.
Deb, thanks. If I don't see you, all the best.
What a morning it's been this morning here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. A star-studded lineup in our half marathon and marathon racing categories, and sold out the half marathon. 12,000 competitors, as we see a lot running through the MCG to the finishing line now, Sean. But just great to see it back to its normal event process of what we had pre-COVID.
Yeah, everything on the same day, and some fantastic performances across all of the events. You know, the 10K really building up that, I guess, not quite junior, but those younger athletes coming through the club ranks, being able to get a crack at the feeling of a big road race and get the win in, somewhere like the MCG. Moving up to the half with, representatives from the Commonwealth Games and the Olympics, all the way up to our heavy hitters in the marathon with, a fantastic debut for Izzy Bat-Doyle, convincing wins by Beatrice Cheptu and Timothy Rono, and a course record in the men's as well.
Yeah, it's been absolutely sensational, and the Kenyans and the Ethiopian runners that come over, the weather's been absolutely sensational as well, and the hot air balloons were out nice and early, getting their best seat for our marathon and half marathon starters. But what a performance, and it was a close race. Obviously, Reece Edwards from Australia started really nicely, kept with our two leading contenders from international waters. But sort of the halfway mark, it was Timothy Renault and obviously his counterpart, Cornelius Kiplagat, that just got a bit of a break away from Reece Edwards and also Riley Cox. And then it was Tim Renault's race in that latter part of the event where he just really broke away, used his experience and speed, and produced a course record.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting way for the viewers at home to watch someone at the very top end of the sport as well run a race with such a convincing negative split. You know, even though he did have a little bit of a wobble coming into 40K, you know, with the hillier part of the course, he obviously had that in his mind coming in that he needed to run, you know, under 2:10 to wrap up the course record. And we just watched Rono just gradually, you know, put the gap into Kiplagat. And it was only really, these sort of sections here where he had to run uphill a bit, you know, coming through the tan and dodge a curve or something where he did look to falter a bit. But yeah, coming into the finish there, looked super strong. Knew he had a bit of time with his sleeve. Bit of a whoops with the cones, but had enough time to stick the arm out and give it heaps for the crowd.
Yeah, fantastic. So the 29-year-old from Kenya takes out the Nike Melbourne Marathon for 2022. And great support along the crowd as well. They really got behind Rono. And, you know, obviously a great performance at Spain earlier in the year, and it's capped off with a win here in Melbourne. And well and truly deserved. And I'll tell you what, Cornelius Kiplagat, only 24 years old, so a name we'll be watching out for over the next few years. And how is the run here by Beatrice Cheptu? The Kenyan runner, she's 29 years of age, a 2:25.20 at PB time, and she was absolutely sensational, getting the win there. And Izzy Bat-Doyle, our second place runner, the Australian, coming across the line. We thought it was Maru Ajiju that might have been second, but Izzy Bat-Doyle just snuck under our radar a little bit.
Yeah, I think
and
maybe
we got a little bit unsure because she had the first place in lanyard put over her.
I think maybe the All Black kit might have confused the finish line cameras a touch. But yeah, great to see that footage of her giving her mum a big hug and. Obviously a huge emotional investment in having a crack at a marathon as well. You know, great to see her get her just desserts.
Absolutely. We've got the 5 kilometre run and the 3 kilometre walk coming up a little bit later on this morning. But what a morning it's been here at the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2022.
Welcome back to the Nike Melbourne Marathon finish line. I'm down here with the winners of the female race. I'm down here with Yenebeba Mau. Forgive me. Congratulations on your race today. How are you feeling now?
She said she's really happy and amazed by how it went, so yeah, she's really happy.
That's great. I mean, it's a beautiful day. Melbourne's put on some great weather for you. How did you... Sure. Yeah, you're right.
Beautiful weather, beautiful.
And how did you race today? Were you happy with your time and how you adapted to our environment here?
She said it was a little hard, but she was happy because she beat her personal best. So
that's amazing. Congratulations again, once again.
Beatrice Cheptu, again, we've got someone to help us out here. Beatrice, what a fantastic run. Did everything go to plan today?
Alikuwa nakuuliza kama vile ulikuwa umeenda kwa hiyo race.
Race was not good, but I not make me course record, but next time.
Alikuwa anasema course ilikuwa very good and next time anajua atakuwa na improve.
Fantastic. And was there anything out there that was unexpected? Was there any challenges along the way? Or did it just feel nice and easy today?
Umepata mashida mahali ukikuwa kwa hiyo kosi au ilikuwa rahisi?
It was not good. It was good, but no problem.
No problem at all. It sounds like you could go round again. How do you celebrate? How do you wind down after a big race like that? How do you just settle for the night?
Nakuwa nakuuliza uta celebrate aje ukikuwa umewini wewe ni mshindi, so utakuwa na celebrate aje?
I am celebrating good now. I am happy and I say thank you.
I can see you, an absolute champion. We're going to give you a presentation shortly. Thank you so much.
Anakushukuru sana kwa hiyo kazi umefanya na presentation zitakuwa zinafuata.
Congratulations, well done. Thank you. Beatrice Cheptu, our first placer today. Make some noise for our first place for Beatrice Cheptu. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Guys, it is all happening still, a lot going on down here. Oh, of course we got out. Yes, of course.
Oh, thanks, Danny. Forgetting about our second place winner here, Izzy Bat-Doyle. Congratulations once again. Tell me, I know you love collecting records here. Let's talk about what you did this year. As last year you took the course record for the Melbourne Marathon, half marathon in 1:08.
1:10:16.
Well, you can have 1:08. So tell us about today.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It was my first marathon, so you never really know what to expect. There's a lot of unknowns. I was very lucky that I had my training partner, Bryn Nichols, pacing me, and honestly, I couldn't have done it without him and some of the other guys out there. I was pretty conservative early. It was great to have the other ladies here from Kenya and Ethiopia, but I kind of was just racing myself. And yeah, I just felt really good, and I was waiting to hit the wall, but it never really came, and I was able to bring it home strong, and I moved from third place to second place at about 40.5, so just after 40k, and I came into the MCG almost crying because I was just so overwhelmed to become a marathoner, and to when I saw the clock, I knew that it was the fastest debut by an Australian ever, by about a minute and a half. So I'm just stoked by that. That's really exciting, and I'm already keen for the next one.
I mean, what a way to finish your first marathon. And I mean, I'd be crying too if I came in second and, you know, down to the last few kilometres on such a fantastic turnout, record-selling local marathon. Australia's really proud of you. Congratulations. And we really hope that your future in marathon is really quite a, glorious one.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone. I can't say how much it means to have people out on the course cheering, yelling your name, cheering you on, and then coming into the MCG, everyone getting amongst it. So I appreciate it so much, and well done everyone who raced today, or if you didn't race, or you cheated on your teammates or your friends and family. Just awesome to be a part of it. What an incredible atmosphere. What a great event. Thank you so much, everyone who took part.
Everybody, you know you're going to hear this name again, Izzy Bat-Doyle. Give her a big cheer. Thank you so much. All right, guys, what are we up to next? Here we go.
hypnotize me.
We're back outside here, out at the MCG. Steely, you look like you've recovered after your ice bath, so we've gone for another little walk around. So not only on the concourse, but now we're after the Athletes Village. What have we got here?
Well, the legs are nice and warmed up again, Jimmy, and now that I've made my way down to the village. Look, we've got some live music just about to get set up down here, and just those people that have come down off the concourse now, just making their way. We've got the fantastic food trucks, as you can see, lined around. A variety of different foods that are down here. There's plenty of space, plenty of picnic tables with umbrellas and everything all set up down here. You can start to see people starting to make their way down. They've got their medals. They're ready to come down and grab a feed. So we might go for a bit of a wander, Jimmy, and see what's on the menu selection.
And one good thing too, if you get down here early, you might be able to get one of these City of Events, the Melbourne City of Events chairs. There's still a few of those around Steely, so they look like a good place to put the legs up after the races.
Yeah, and if you just sort of pan around to the right, you'll see just some extra large, big deck chairs just over there as well. There's a few people getting their photos with their commemorative Melbourne Marathon photo. So for the ultimate relaxation, Jimmy, if you will.
Absolutely, and not only that, we've got juices, refreshments here. As you said, it's already Steely, plenty of food. Live music about to kick off. It is all happening outside the MCG, post-Melbourne Marathon.
And the sun's out now, and it's actually turned out to be an absolutely brilliant day, Jimmy. This is making the most of it now. People are making their way down. It's a real family event down here. All the families getting around. There's plenty of kids running around as well, and all of the supporters that have come down have really, you can see that everyone's chatting, having a chat about, at the 32K mark, I did this. At the 10K mark, I went a little bit hot in there. So it's great to listen just to the chatter around everyone's races and their experiences.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And there's also, of course, 2 events to go. We've got our 5K and our 3K that are happening closer to 11 this morning. So there's a few people here getting warmed up for those, some would say, at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll be making their way over the bridge, and we'll be heading down to the start of the 5K very soon.
Can't wait. We're back up to central commentary position.
the thick of it down here at the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon. There you go, up on the screen. If you can see yourself, give yourself a wave. Hello. Now, I got called over here because, first of all, you thought my name was Aaron, and now we're best friends. I'm not. I'm Danny, and that's Danny. But the reason I am here is to talk about James Morrison, not the trumpet player or UK singer, but who is James Morrison to you?
I'm James's dad.
I'm James's mum.
James's mum. Now, James is running in which race today?
The 42K. 3 minutes.
Should be coming through any second.
So James is his first time marathon. How did he feel? You know James, obviously. How was his lead up to this?
Oh, look, he's had a bit of an injury. He's had some bursitis of his hip, so we're hoping he pulls through okay. Might take a sickie tomorrow. I'm not sure.
It's well deserved, I think. And, I mean, it sounds like he's coming through very soon. Have you tracking him on the app?
Yes, he should be running through.
Do you know what has been the best thing? This app has been fantastic. It's been really good to track.
Nice little plug there for the app, whoever made that. Well done. So we're waiting on. So tell us, what does James do?
James is a physio.
He's a physio.
James Morrison is on the G.
I tell you what, James is going to come in handy.
A physio
Where
with
is he?
bursitis. This is a good sell.
Where is James now? Can we track him? He's on the G. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make James Morrison, another James Morrison, very famous. If you can hear me, James, give us a wave. Where is he? If we can see one hand in the air. James Morrison, we want to give you, and look, the pyros are going off for him as well. James, you are undoubtedly the most famous person in the G at the moment. And we've got Ariana Titmus and Dylan Alcott here at the moment. Where is he?
James in the
James
blue
Morrison.
singlet.
Is that James?
Yeah, that's James. No,
That's
not
someone
James.
pretending to be James. At the moment, everyone's called James Morrison. Hey, James Morrison, I love this. This is the good
it's
part of
free
my job.
entertainment, mate.
These guys, everyone here is cheering for their loved ones. We're going for James. I want to say, everyone here, give us a big cheer for all our runners. Yay! It is party time down here on the finish line, but we are looking for James. Apparently, he's here. He should be.
Is James wearing music?
Is James single?
There,
James! Ladies and gentlemen, the one, James Morrison! There he is!
Well done, James!
Oh, well. Blowing a kiss as well. We love you, James. Well, I bet he didn't expect that. He definitely didn't expect it. And he got the royal treatment.
Before, and the most he ever got to was 30Ks.
He's never
That was
run
the
a
first
marathon.
time he's ever run the 42. James, big love and respect. Big love and respect to you. That's how we do it down at the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon.
Thank you, spectators.
Maybe this was a mistake.
That voice in our heads that urges you forward.
I started this. I can finish it.
Fuel it.
You and me,
Bupa has helped prepare Australians for life's ups, downs, and the up agains. Bupa, because life happens.
What a morning it was this morning. At 8 o'clock, we had the Nike Half Marathon commence. 12,000 competitors taking part in this year's event. It was an absolute sellout, and what a great sight it was in Batman Avenue with all of our competitors getting themselves ready to jump on the road. It was a highly anticipated event because we had so much Australian talent at the front of the pack in both the men's and women's. And Jack Rayner, you can see our eventual winner in the blue Nike shirt there, leading the charge. And he did it beautifully in the end. He started strongly and just finished even more beautifully, Sean Whip.
Yeah, I reckon he led probably 95% of the race. Once he got himself to the front after crossing that first bridge and turning left onto the course, he was happy to push until the field couldn't take it anymore. And Matt Clark was the only guy to really go with him through about, 10 or 11K. But once they got to that sort of 15, 16K mark, Jack decided he'd had enough for the morning and got rid of the field.
Yeah, beautiful. And it was his second win in a row. He won last year in a time of 62.30, and even better that time this morning with a 62.15. So Jack Rayner led beautifully. And then on the flip side, the Queen of Australian marathon and half marathon racing at the moment in Jess Stenson was absolutely sensational. Late withdrawal of Sinead Diver, obviously, who's been a great part of this Melbourne Marathon Festival for a number of years now, but really opened the doors for Jess to really claim that win, and she did it beautifully. She had the pacing group there that helped her along, and she ran a really strong time as well.
Yeah, and it was great to see, obviously Jess had that plan coming in to have a real crack at the race and maybe take a few risks. And, going through 10K and 32.55, she wouldn't have been too far off winning the women's 10K event with her halfway split in the half marathon. So, really strong effort from her. Faded a little bit, but I think she'll be happy with that sort of effort and that sort of stimulus from the race with a 72.23 win. And Jack Rayner here, no stress navigating the traffic. I think he realised he was just going to miss the course record and took in the MCG with his training partner there, Stuart McSwain, holding the tape up. Bit of a laugh between both the boys there.
Absolutely, and he wasn't far off, was he? Like the course record set there back in 2013, 61.57. He's ran a 62.17, so he's not far away, and he bettered the time from last year, but a terrific performance by Jack Rayner. We had Matthew Clark come second, and Sam McEntee was a third-place runner on the podium. Seth O'Donnell, the flying mullet, and you can see him in the shot there. One of the most impressive haircuts in road racing in Australia at the moment. A great young kid who's got a lot of talent, and he ran a nice race as well with a 63.51.
Yeah, and when you look at that field, you got to remember Seth did win the national cross-country titles this year, beating the likes of Ed Goddard and Liam Adams over in Adelaide. So, for him to come fourth, super strong race.
Absolutely. And then in the women's, we actually had Jess Stenson, who finished with a 72.23, taking out the win. It was almost 2 minutes ahead of our second place getter in her debut half marathon in Rose Davies. And Rose, no stranger to the Melbourne Marathon Festival, taking out the 10-kilometre event last year. Sarah Klein, a perennial runner here at Melbourne, come third across the line. And then rounding out our top five, Rachel McGuinness from the Crosby crew had a terrific run with a 75.24. And Tara Palm, one of the pros pre-race favourites, going in as well with a nice run of 76.08. So all in all, a really great Nike half marathon, both men's and women's, with Jack Rayner and Jessica Stenson taking out line honours here this morning at the MCG. But it's been a terrific morning. We've thoroughly enjoyed some of the performances that we've seen, especially in that half marathon, but even the Nike marathon. Timothy Rona, the boy from Kenya, coming over and taking all before him, and the eventual winner of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. And then in the women's event, we had another Kenyan in Beatrice Cheptu taking out the women's event as well. So it's been some great line honour performers this morning, I should say.
Yeah, and that women's half marathon as well. We're back to.
So plenty of colour coming into the MCG. Plenty of runners, over 34,000 runners running from Batman Avenue and going on their respective journeys and finishing here at the Coliseum, the hallowed turf of the mighty MCG. And we won't be far away to going to our next presentation down on the finishing line very soon. But great to see so many people from all walks of life coming to Melbourne and taking part in this year's event. And don't forget, this is the first year since 2019 where we've gone back to our normal format of a one-day event with no issues or no COVID-related things we've had to navigate.
Yeah, great to see events sell out, and just as we were saying before, great to see events sell out, but also great to see, the top echelon of Australian distance running come down and support the event. That women's half, the top four go Olympian, world champs rep. It's, some pretty deep fields there. So fantastic to see Izzy Bat-Doyle as well recording the fastest marathon debut by any Australian woman.
Absolutely, and guess what? We've still got more to commence a little bit later on this morning. We've got the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometre run and also our famous 3 kilometre walk, and that one's always a popular one amongst our CPEC people. Obviously a cerebral palsy education centre where all the families love taking part with their loved ones in the 3 kilometre walk, which will commence a little bit later on this morning, and they are one of our major charity supporters of this year's Nike Melbourne Marathon. So all in all, it's been a big morning this morning. Plenty of great performances, but just a great vibe all around here at the MCG. And as you can see, we can have a lot of our marathoners and half marathoners finishing their respective journeys. And geez, it sounds nice, doesn't it? When you cross that finishing line, you're a half marathoner or you're a marathoner. To tick that first one off, I reckon that'd be a pretty special moment for a lot of our athletes out on the ground level at the moment.
Yeah, and that was something Izzy Bat-Doyle said as well. She was obviously really emotional coming across the finish line. I know her mum's a marathoner as well, and has got some races coming up too. So, she seemed quite sincere when she said, she was really excited to become a marathoner.
And set a new little record as well, which, you've gone through the record books just to ensure that it was spot on, mate, because you are a numbers person. And can you tell the viewers, the record that Izzy Bat-Doyle has produced this morning here at Melbourne?
Yeah, so everyone in the, sort of distance running community keeps an eye on what everyone's debut. So the first time they run an event, it's often an interesting indicator of where they might progress to with the event. If someone's a bit of a natural at the marathon per se, and we've had the likes of Millie Clark, who's an Olympian, and Eloise Wellings, an Olympic finalist as well, who've both run their first marathons in about 2:29 low. So for Izzy to come in and run, just a tick over 2:28, it certainly bodes well for her future marathon endeavours.
Absolutely, and course record broken in the men's, which I think is one of the narratives of the day. Timothy Rona from Kenya taking and breaking that record set 9 years ago by Dominic Ondoro, a fellow Kenyan runner, and he has broken that record. So he'll leave Melbourne this weekend with obviously a nice little prize purse, but also too his name in the record books, taking out the win, but also breaking that course record, which I think is a fantastic effort as well. So we're nearing presentations very soon with Danny for our next event of the day, and then plenty still to occur. Our runners coming through thick and fast into the MCG, and also too our runners will make their way to the starting line for the 180 Good Sport Nutrition 5 kilometre run and also the 3 kilometre walk. We're going to take a break here on the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Oh, we're going to go down to ground level now for the next of our presentations at the Nike Melbourne Marathon. We'll pass it down to Danny.
Party is absolutely rocking down here at the MCG. If you are in the Spectators, make some noise! You are looking absolutely sensational here. There is, of course, a very important part of the day. It is a formal part here. We've done a couple of presentations already. And this, of course, is the presentation for our Nike Melbourne Marathon full winners here. Absolutely unbelievable effort today. We're going to do this in order. I would like to invite back to the stage, you know her, one of the greatest of all time, Ariana Titmus, to the stage. Now, Ariane, you've now had a bit more of a chance to have a look at this. I know you're down on the finish line. What have you seen down there?
I mean, there's some sore bodies, I think, down there. But it's good to see everyone having a crack, doing their best. I mean, finishing a marathon is crazy, so everyone should be so proud.
I tell you what, and the crowds have been absolutely amazing today. How much, as one of the greatest of all time sports people, how much does a crowd have an influence on your race?
Oh, crowds are huge. I mean, feeling the support, feeling, someone having your back and pushing you along, I think it's really important. So it's good to see everyone out here today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Okay, well, let's get into the presentations. I'll get you to stay right in the middle here, and we'll get them to come over to you. The first we're going to do is the men's Nike Melbourne Marathon. And if our winners could come up to the stage one by one. In third place, with a time of 2:14.41, third place, Reese Edwards. Yeah, we can stay there. Grab a photo. In second place today, unbelievable time as well, with a time of 2:10.24, Cornelius Kipligat. Thank you very much. And in first place, our winner today of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon with a time of 2:09.12, Timothy Rona. That's it. Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. Well done to our male winners there of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. We've now got the female division here of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. In third place with a time of 2:28.54, Yenabiba Maru. In second place today, you know we love her, 2:28.10, Izzy Bat-Dial. And our first place for 2022 in the female division in the Nike Melbourne Marathon with a time of 2:27.58. Would you go crazy for Beatrice Chieptu? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I reckon we're good. We're good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's still a couple of more very, very important presentations. I would like to invite Tim Crosby to the stage now to present a very, very important award known as the Karen McCann Award. Tim?
Obviously, we all hark back to 2006, the Commonwealth Games here at the MCG. Karen McCann, such a great, no, it's not, it's Izzy. So Karen McCann, such a great performance here where she took out the gold medal in the marathon. Each year we acknowledge Karen's great performance, and the first Australian female in our marathon will be awarded the Karen McCann Trophy. It's got a great list of names like Jess Stenson, Lisa Waitman, Sinead Diver, Millie Clark last year, and it's great to see added to that list in 2022 from South Australia, Izzy Bat Doyle.
Congratulations, Izzy. Absolutely unbelievable. Izzy, I'll grab a quick word with you. How does it feel to be a recipient of this incredible award?
Oh, it's just incredible. Karen was such an inspirational athlete and person. I still look back on her running into, that finish line and just get chills watching it. And just the list of athletes on this list is incredible. And I feel very honoured and, quite frankly, a little bit overwhelmed to be putting my name on this list. So I really appreciate it, and I'm excited for what's ahead.
I don't think you should be overwhelmed. It's well deserved. Congratulations, Izzy. Thank you so much. Yep, no worries. We have one more here. I'd like to also invite Rob Wendell to the stage. Rob is, of course, the president of Athletics Victoria. Big round of applause for Rob Wendell, ladies and gentlemen. Rob, how are you? Lovely. How has today been for you?
Absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to all the runners, female, male. Absolutely brilliant out there. Weather has been great and some great results. Course record. Terrific.
It really has been. It's just stepped up, and also the added bonus of having this crowd here, obviously being back in the stands. Do you think that's had a bit of an impact as well?
It's absolutely fabulous to see, and I wonder whether they can actually understand what we're saying, but it's great, and you can hear the encouragement coming out of the runners, and I think when you come into this stadium, that must feel pretty special.
I agree, and I spoke to some people that didn't know that it was going to be this many people, and it's made such a difference. So let's get on with the, Rob, we're going to now do the presentations for the Victorian Championships here. And we're going to do the men first. Yep. For the Victorian Marathon Championships, our men first in third place with a time of 2:23.15 from Bendigo Harriers, Nathan Stotts. Nathan's gone home. In second place, with a time of 2:22 on the dot, Frankston AC, John Dutton. And in first place, with a time of 2:14.42, from St. Stephen's Harriers, Reese Edwards. And of course, to end our medal presentations today, the ladies here, Victoria Marathon Championships. In third place, with a time of 2:45.16 from South Melbourne Athletic Club, it is Jessica Jason. In second place, with a time of 2:40.34, also from South Melbourne Athletic Club, Deborah Bruce. And of course, our first place with a time of 2:39.53 from Old Scotch Athletic Club, it is Vanessa Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, can you make some noise and put your hands together for our Victoria Marathon champions? Thank you so much, ladies. Have a rest. that is the end of our presentations for today, but the day is far from over. We've got so much going on down here today. There's going to be a lot more runners coming through. You're going to see a few charity runners coming through for different reasons, and we're going to be keeping this party going right to the end. Guys, stay down here, get amongst it. It is all part of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival.
Thanks, mate.
Last 20 years, CPEC has been able to establish specialised expertise in a low incidence population of children with moderate, severe and complex cerebral palsy and similar disabilities. So CPEC services have been developed in response to the priorities of families and the requests from families for a particular type of service. We offer individual therapy, we offer a group service, and we have a very extensive equipment library. The CPEC group service is unique, it's transdisciplinary, it's structured teaching and learning. The families are in a group with other parents working with their children all the time. Extended family members can also attend, and in that way they learn and can support their child, they can support their grandchild.
New from the makers of Deep Heat. Break through the pain for up to 12 hours with Pain Relief Naproxen Soft Gel Liquid Capsules. With convenient twice-daily dosing to provide relief from pain and inflammation. Try Pain Relief Naproxen, available at leading pharmacies.
Dear guardians of language, it's time to take a look at the definition of performance. To evolve much-loved but simplistic notions like speed and power. True drivers now see the world as not just fast or slow. New performance throws you back into your seat, squeezes every molecule and watt, and gets a thrill from giving back. Performance redefined.
Oh, what a day it's been, a part of the 44th edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And we are only minutes away from getting the 5th event of the day underway. It is the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometre run. And Sean, always a bit of a popular one, this one, amongst a lot of our younger and up-and-coming runners, but still some of our real serious runners as well. As we look at the course that the runners will be taking part on. So they'll start obviously at Batman Avenue and navigate their way around Alexandra Avenue before they make their way back to the MCG. So always a popular event amongst our young ones, our emerging runners, but also too a lot of our older runners that really enjoy that distance.
Yeah, it's good fun for those younger runners to get a bit of a rundown. The main streets of the CBD and loop around the Yarra River as well before swinging back into the MCG. But yeah, typically a race where we would see, yeah, as you said, some of those younger athletes. I can see a few familiar-ish club singlets floating around on the start line with a few pairs of very chunky shoes. So could be some of our younger athletes looking to set a bit of a 5K PB, given it's a distance they don't run too often at their age.
Looking at last year's results and the times that were run, so for our leading male runners, we looked at that sort of 15-minute, 12-second time, whilst our leading female runner was just over 18:30. So it's going to be some quick running.
Yeah, and as you said, sometimes this is a distance that just happens to suit some of our more serious runners, and they want to have a go on the day. So we'll get a bit more of an idea of that once the race kicks off. I did hear recently. Rio and Tokyo Olympian over 400 and 800 metres, Morgan Mitchell. I think she's had a bit of a social weekend, but has been roped in by a coach to run the 5K. So I'm not sure she'll be getting the win in the women's, but I think it's an achievement making it here in what is the off-season for some of our middle-distance athletes.
Oh, someone to watch out for, and hasn't she been a shining light on the track as well? So, yep, we're only minutes away from the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometre event. Plenty of runners at the start line there at Batman Avenue, and look forward to seeing and welcoming all of our runners back into the MCG very, very soon.
Welcome down to the start of the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5K down here with a very seasoned runner and no stranger to the Melbourne Marathon Festival. Brodie Harper, welcome Brodie.
How good is this? What a day. So excited to be here.
Now, you're not running solo today. You've got the whole family on board today down for the 5K.
That's right. I was so excited when 180 Nutrition Good Sport approached me about the fact that they're sponsoring the 5K run, because I just love being able to do things with my daughter and my family, and so they are here with me today, enjoying it with me. So the pressure's off a little bit for the run today, but I'm able to enjoy it with the family.
Oh, that's fantastic. And now, Jessica, your daughter, quite the multi-sport athlete now. She's a swimmer. She's making the transition to the run, and husband Heath, he's also a paddler. So you're bringing them into the running fraternity.
That's right. She's a fish like her dad, loves the water, and I'd like her to be out here running with me a little bit more. So I'm super excited that she's here doing that today.
Oh, fantastic. And now you were saying earlier on just how important it is just to start with the 5K as that transition into good health and good nutrition.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that I really love about events like this, is that they're for everybody. I mean, I run every day, but I'm still super excited to be here doing it today. And then there's people out there that don't run all the time, and today's a big achievement for them. And I love that too. I really just love seeing people get out and take part in things.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. And a great message too, Brodie. It's great to see families out, and it's brilliant and having you on board, and also with 180 Nutrition working in as well, and hopefully a long-term partnership to come along with that as well.
Yeah, it's so great to see them here. I mean, obviously everybody knows about the importance of training and the importance of your pre-event nutrition and during the event nutrition, but your post-event nutrition is just as important. So being able to tick off your carbohydrates, your hydration, as well as your protein in one drink, and it tastes really good too. I like the strawberry the best, but so it's so wonderful being able to have them here on board, have that drink, and then your post-nutrition recovery is ticked off.
Oh, fantastic, Brodie. Well, Jimmy and I have both partaken in the chocolate, and we are fully recovered now after quite a large day. Now, Brodie, we're actually going to have you on board to do our official start, if you don't mind, as we get our 5K, our 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5K athletes underway.
Yeah, we're not far away from a start, Brodie, so we might actually get you to go over to the bell. We're less than 30 seconds away, so can we get our 5K athletes to move up towards the start line, our 5K athletes to move up towards the start line. We are very close to a start here in beautiful conditions, Steely. So that Melbourne continues to put on that amazing weather for us today.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, Jimmy, and we've got our priority runners coming to the start. We're also going to have a rolling start. So just be wary of our CPEC volunteers are down the front, down Mark's marshalling the troops down there. We'll have a rolling start where we'll gradually release our athletes through to the start line.
All right, we're going to do a countdown from 10, Brodie, and then you're going to start this wonderful 5K 180 nutrition race. Just bear with us, ladies and gents. We're just getting our rolling start ready so that the roads are nice and clear for you. We're going to let you go in waves of 100, so just bear with us. We're not far away. We're just organising at the front here for those who can't see.
There we go. We've had a great example of our rolling start. Now we've got hands up and hands down. Fantastic work there, Mark. Well done.
All right, Brodie, are you ready on that bell? Let's give the big countdown from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're away.
So our 5 kilometre runners, all thanks to Good Sport 180 Good Sport Nutrition, are out on the road, and a big start list as well. They've had to release the runners in waves of 100 because obviously the enormous amount of runners kicking off, Sean. And anyone you notice at the front there, a very young group leading the charge, but a couple of experienced runners out the front too.
Yeah, I notice in the orange singlet there you've got Adam Pike, who I think historically has been a national finalist over 1,500 metres in the men's. Good to see a blue and yellow singlet there from Randwick Botany Harriers in Sydney. I don't know who the athlete is, but good to see they've made the trip down. And the young lad whose name escapes me in the black singlet there does run for Collingwood Harriers, I think, in the local Victorian comp. So bit of a spread of the same sort of kids you'd see at a state championship, with one of the more middle distance athletes in Adam Pike out the front deciding 5K was more his flavour than the 10K.
So would that be, he'd be the race favourite then, obviously looking at what he's produced and what he's able to do against some younger talent coming through the ranks? Would he be the one that we'd have to be watching out for come finishing line?
Yeah, and I think that's the tricky thing with race distances like this, where you've got a lot on one day, is that if 10K is simply not something that someone's too interested in, if they're more of an 800, 1,500 runner, then yeah, the 5K often remains as a pretty tempting sort of option. But yeah, sort of back in that 2016 to 2019 period, yeah, Adam Pike was the kind of guy that'd run 149 for 800, 340 for 1,500, and 810 for 3K. So haven't seen too much of him lately, so I guess good to see he's back out on the roads and probably preparing for the track season.
Hey, looking very strong out the road, and has probably broken away from a younger runner. Then obviously you've got a little chasing group of 5 making their way at Adam, but leading the charge at the moment. And what a glorious day. The weather's been absolutely sensational. We're looking for a top of 20 degrees as he runs back through that start line area where they did commence not that long ago with Jimmy and Aaron, but he's out in front and it's got a nice little bit of a lead at the moment. So
there's Morgan Mitchell in the orange shoes there.
Hey, fantastic. And what would she be using the run for? Just as a bit of a involvement in the great Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, or?
Yeah, she had a pretty bad Achilles injury about a year ago, so has taken a pretty cautious approach to get back from that. So the fact that she's had a bit of a big weekend back in Melbourne and then figured, nah, I'm all right to jump in a 5K and test myself, shows fitness might be back near that sort of track level coming back into the track season with that renewed, quite deep women's 800 metre sort of field. But yeah, Adam Pike out the front, making light work of this one.
Absolutely. So the winner last year was 15 minutes and 12 seconds. You know, could he go a little bit better than that? He's looking very strong out on the road, Adam
think
Pike.
so.
And he'll be the one to watch out for once those 5 kilometre runners, all thanks to 180 Good Sport Nutrition, come into the MCG. The sun is shining, plenty of runners still out on the road in all of our 5 categories that have hit the road thus far, and we will look to welcome back more runners into the mighty MCG very soon.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with my running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down. I don't think I really want to do this anymore. She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join?
Oh, we did it again. Yeah, baby.
Last 20 years, CPEC has been able to establish specialised expertise in a low incidence population of children with moderate, severe and complex cerebral palsy and similar disabilities. So CPEC services have been developed in response to the priorities of families and the requests from families for a particular type of service. We offer individual therapy, we offer a group service, and we have a very extensive equipment library. The CPEC group service is unique, it's transdisciplinary, it's structured teaching and learning. The families are in a group with other parents working with their children all the time. Extended family members can also attend, and in that way they learn and can support their child, they can support their grandchild.
And this is one of the welcome sides of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Our wheelchair athletes, the singular athlete this year, but what a great performance. And I'll tell you what, to be pushing your way around that 42.2 kilometre course, Sean, an almighty effort. And I'll tell you what, it's been an event that's been synonymous with the Melbourne Marathon for many, many years. We've had the fastest wheelchair time of 1 hour 41.07, and back in 1995 with Brendan Milgate. And we've had both Brendan Milgate and Ian Gainey winning the race 4 times. So it's had a lot of history, the Nike Melbourne Marathon, with the wheelchair events, and great to see our sole competitor out there today and almost home, 100 metres out from the finishing line.
Yeah, and you know, my day job. I do a bit of work with the para classification at Athletics Australia, and it's always one of the biggest things we push, that, you really want to see para athletes out there for, of any age, of any ability, having a crack at, these big road races as well. So awesome work by Shani Digby to get this one done. And I think she's probably going to come in, not sure if we've got a clock there. But, I know she started a little bit after the main field possibly. But, obviously a really big effort when you're having to power yourself through the entire race and you don't really have a pack or anything like that to work with. But, looks pretty happy to finish there. Bit of a relief.
Absolutely.
Bit of a grin on the face there.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the great thing about the Melbourne Marathon too, the course and the routes around Melbourne are fully accessible for everyone, for all abilities. So, and I think that's the great thing about the Nike Melbourne Marathon, that it caters for everyone. Yeah, so 3:44:20 there for Shani. And yeah, you're right. One of the handiest things in the Melbourne course is that, it's not too hilly, so it's attractive to the wheelchair racing community. And obviously Shani's decided that this was one to tick off the list. Absolutely. So just one of those great stories, one of many great stories that stems from the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2022. We've seen all our elite runners. We're seeing all of our runners coming in through, our half marathoners and full marathoners making their way to the finishing line. And we're not far away from welcoming the first of our 5 kilometre runners, all thanks to 180 Good Sport Nutrition. Great to have them on board. Brodie Harper jumping on and having a chat before the race. And our leader was Adam Pike. So we're just waiting with bated breath just to see what happens over the next few minutes, because I reckon they won't be far away from hitting the MCG. And Adam Pike was certainly one of those leading contenders in the Good Sport Nutrition 5 kilometre run this afternoon. Yeah, it looks like Adam's through maybe about 11 and a half minutes of that. So I reckon he'd have about 3.5 minutes of running left, and we should see him shoot through the finish there. So a big starting list there. So they're about 3.3 kilometres through. Finn Kane was the second runner, not far behind. Heath Mitchell, third behind, and Sebastian Havens and Kaylin Luong. So a pretty tight group there after that 1.1 kilometre mark, and then at that 3 kilometre mark, still very, very close. But Adam Pike, that leading intender, you said he's very good over the 1500 and the 3 kilometre journey. So certainly, lifting up that extra 2 kilometres, I don't think will be too much of an adjustment for an experienced runner like Adam. No, I think it'd be a good early season tester just to see where that winter-based training has put him at in terms of fitness. And good to see another one of our para athletes there having a crack on the frame runner, which is a bit of sports equipment used by athletes with severe cerebral palsy. I'll tell you what, the old conditions would have heated up a little bit, I reckon, since this morning. A top of 20 degrees in Melbourne. You couldn't have asked for a better day, and the weather certainly hasn't disappointed. But I reckon it'll be just starting to get that little bit of warmer for our runners that are making their way, through their journey, whether it's halfway or 3/4 of the way through, or even as they embark on the MCG. And, well, it doesn't really matter when you get to that last 300, does it? Because they're all taking in the Shane Warne stand and then obviously the famous MCC members to that finishing line area to get that finishing medallion, which is always one of the most favourite things for all of our runners that take part, is getting that finisher's medallion. Yeah, the crew coming in here have sort of got that 15-minute buffer still to the 5-hour mark. So I think we'll have lots of runners out here looking to be under 5 hours, as we see one of our athletes here who clearly kept hydration as a priority today with the sort of camelback vest contraption there, which, as you said, getting a bit warmer now, probably a decision that athlete thinks was a pretty good idea. Well, hopefully it's the 180 Nutrition Good Sport nutrition products that runner's using, because they have jumped on board this year and have been great sponsors, and we really do appreciate their support throughout the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. And guess what? Our final event of the afternoon, we've got our walkers lining up for the 3 kilometre walk, and it's all, we'll see a lot of our CPEC friends in amongst that group as well, the Cerebral Palsy Education Centre. They use this as a big fundraiser and an event to raise awareness about the great work that they do. And Adam Pike still out in front in the 5 kilometre journey. He's making his way almost to the MCG. He's just underneath that Shane Warne stand on the outskirts. And he'll make his way into the entry point very soon, looking at the watch, and I reckon to be pretty happy with his time in that beautiful orange outfit and the black shorts. And he comes in, he'll come into the frame of the MCG very soon. But what an accomplished run it's been. And here's Adam Pike with 300 metres to go, Sean. And, gee, he's run an absolute beat of a journey this morning.
Yeah, hasn't had much trouble with the younger competitors, so a bit more of a test against himself. So it'll be interesting to see what his reaction is like come the finish line. We'll probably get an indication of whether he is happy with the run or not.
So about 150 metres to go for Adam Pike, and here's our second runner, and I reckon that might be young Finn Kane, who's done extremely well. But with 100 metres to go, Adam Pike's going to take out the 180 Good Sport Nutrition 5-kilometre run, and watch for the fireworks get blown here at the MCGs. He makes his way across the finishing line, and Adam Pike's done it, and he is going to go home with a very happy man with a really accomplished place. The 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres, well done. And young Finn Kane, second currently as he makes his way with about 175 metres to go.
Yeah, I reckon Adam's probably run something around the 15-20 mark there, which I guess is an okay early season sort of fitness test. But Finn there with the distinctive state team shorts on, and for him this would be a huge run for the young fella.
How much confidence does a run like this give to a youngster? Obviously, with a big crowd involved in that as well, and the fanfare and the really nice vibe that the Nike Melbourne Marathon has. So this could do this kid a lot of confidence, I reckon.
Yeah, and I think it'll definitely be probably the biggest race or crowd sort of race that Finn's had to run in front of. So definitely a new experience for the young fella, and one I'm sure he's pretty chipper about.
Absolutely, and our third runner's come across the line as well. Another youngster will try and get his bib number and name very, very soon. But, gee, I just love seeing the emerging talent. Hey, we're going to go to the start line down at Batman Avenue for the final time this morning for the 3-kilometre walk. Here's Jimmy and Steely.
We're back live here for the last of our 6 events today in the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Steely, of course, it is the 3K special. It's the 3K walk, and we're just about to bring our participants up to the start line.
It's 3,000 metres of greatness, Jimmy. This is what we've come down to see, and it's great to see so many. We talk about participation, and we've got friends, family, small children, prams. Everyone's involved in the 3K walk, and they just get to be just as much part of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. So it's great to see.
Absolutely. But ladies and gents, our 3K walkers, we're going to get you to make your way up to the tape. Let's go up and get a photo. It's the last of our 35,000 participants. 35,000 have made their way underneath this start banner today to participate in the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Steely, what a day for it. Perfect conditions, still not too hot, not too much wind. We're really looking forward to the last event kicking off very shortly.
Yeah, and you just say about 35,000, but there's been smiles across faces, regardless of the distance, and just the sheer joy that people have had, the sheer accomplishment of getting through, whether it's 42Ks or even that first 5Ks that we did. We had Brodie and Heath and Jessica running in the 5K, a real family event, just that starting of that healthy lifestyle.
Absolutely. Okay, can our 3K participants please make their way up to the start line? So here we go. As we said, 35,000 strong today have participated in one of the 6 events here for the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. We're finishing off with a 3K walk. Great job to all those volunteers. Great job to all those participants. It's an amazing event, Steely. And of course, for those that have raised money and awareness for their chosen charity, over $1 million. Well done indeed to those people as well. We take our hat off to you.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, and just what a way to finish off today. Everyone finishing inside the MCG, to be part of such a massive day, to all of the sponsors and everyone that's brought this together. It's just such a joyous occasion, and we love being a part of it every year, Jimmy.
Couldn't agree with you more. We've got plenty of people in pink as well, obviously really making a statement with lots of colour, lots of flair to kick off the actual event himself. Let's go and say hello. What's your name?
Blake.
Hello, Blake. I'm Jimmy. Are you looking forward to your 3K walk?
Yes.
Fantastic. And who are you here with, Blake?
My dad, my brother, and my other brother.
Do you want to say a big hello to them? And everyone in the MCG is watching you talk to me. You want to say a big hello to them?
Hello.
Have a great race out there, Blake. Enjoy.
All right, Jimmy, and we are now underway as part of our 3K walk to round out the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival for 2022.
Absolutely, great to see so many participants, so many friends, so many family taking on the day, taking on Melbourne, seeing plenty of iconic events and iconic statues and symbols and landmarks around the city is just absolutely fantastic.
And the odd dancing athlete as well. Great to see the prams. A little bit of dress up as well, Jimmy. You can't go too far wrong. I think fancy dress just makes everyone this that much happier and makes the day just so much more enjoyable. A bit of colour, a bit of flair.
I couldn't agree with you more, Steely. That's what it's about. People bringing out that real true spirit of making the most out of the day and certainly making their most out of the event. Plenty of noise as they come under the start line here. So, and as you can see, many, many people still coming up Batman Avenue.
Dear guardians of language, it's time to take a look at the definition of performance. To evolve much-loved but simplistic notions like speed and power. True drivers now see the world as not just fast or slow. New performance throws you back into your seat, squeezes every molecule and watt, and gets a thrill from giving back. Performance redefined.
That voice in our heads that urges you forward.
I started this. I can finish it.
Fuel it.
I want to say thank you so much to everybody. You know that you are supporting an incredible cause that is Very Special Kids.
I can't express how much it means.
I think it's not only about fundraising, but awareness of the wonderful things which Very Special Kids does.
Hey, Lockie, are you running again?
Oh, Simon, I just love to run, and I especially love to run when it's for a good cause.
Oh yeah, but what's the cause?
I'm running for premature babies. You can too.
Right.
Join the Running for Premature Babies team right now.
Get fit and help save the lives of sick and premature babies.
Just go to runningforprematurebabies.com to find out more.
We can do that.
Oh, get going.
Hello. Too many people.
But that's almost impossible to park it.
Yeah.
We have one. Oh.
Okay. I want to go online and put my credit card.
Yeah. Thank you. I will see it in the vibes. Thank you, boy.
75 years, Bupa has helped prepare Australians for life's ups, downs, and the up agains. Bupa, because life happens.
What makes Soldier On important is that we're saving lives, and we're going to keep doing it for our servicemen and women, for their families, and for Australia. Young Australians are alive today because of Soldier On and the support from the Australian public.
Last 20 years, CPEC has been able to establish specialised expertise in a low incidence population of children with moderate, severe and complex cerebral palsy and similar disabilities. So CPEC services have been developed in response to the priorities of families and the requests from families for a particular type of service. We offer individual therapy, we offer a group service, and we have a very extensive equipment library. The CPEC group service is unique, it's transdisciplinary, it's structured teaching and learning. The families are in a group with other parents working with their children all the time. Extended family members can also attend, and in that way they learn and can support their child, they can support their grandchild.
I'm Ricky Johnston, Executive Director of Cancer Research at Peter Mac. At Peter Mac, we have the full spectrum of discovery-based and translational research. It's research-driven clinical care. Every donation fast-tracks things that otherwise will take a lot longer to achieve. At Peter Mac every day, we want to learn new things, create new knowledge to benefit patients with cancer.
I'm Jim Cormack, I'm 67. In June 2013, I was up to stage 4 progressive melanoma. I was virtually given till Christmas to live. I went into Peter Mac. I've been cancer-free ever since March 2015.
The discoveries that we're making now with all of your generous contributions are actually making a difference in the here and now.
Your contributions are greatly appreciated and greatly valued.
Thank you. Without your help, we could not make a difference to patients' lives like we do every day at Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre.
Oh, what an incredible day we are having down here at the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon. We've done a few presentations throughout the day, but we've still got one more very, very important presentation to make for the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres. I would like to invite a very special guest to the stage to present the awards. Please welcome Brodie Harper, everybody. Hi, Brodie.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome. So you've just run the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres. Looking great, though. How was it?
It was so much fun. It was a really good course along the Yarra, of course. Finishing in the MCG is always great. But what I really loved about it was seeing people from the super fast people that you're about to see at the presentation, but also heaps of families too. So I ran it with my husband and my daughter, and it was great to see so many other families out there as well.
I'm never quite sure if running like this is good for a family or causes an argument. How was it for you?
No, I think that things like this just make you stronger and more connected. I loved it. We had a great time.
I couldn't agree more. There you go, Brodie. I'd love you to stay here and we can help me present a very special award here for the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres. We are going to do the first category here, and you're going to see some younger future stars coming up here as well. But in third place today, with a time of 19 minutes 40 seconds, please welcome to third place, Chloe Phelan. Is that all good? Thank you so much. And in second place, with a time of 18 minutes 44, Morgan Mitchell. Congratulations, Morgan. And in first place, it's a future star in the making, without doubt. 18 minutes and 6 seconds, Piper's Gay! So ladies, we'll get you over here. If we could go in front of here, and we'll get a photo together. Thank you so much. Go, Maggie. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you very much. Congratulations. As we move to the last presentation of the day here, this is for the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres, the male category here. In third place, with a time of 16 minutes 14 seconds, Alec Frensky. And with a time of 15 minutes 59 seconds, in second place, Finn Kane. Look at these future stars right here. But with an absolutely blistering time, 15 minutes and 15 seconds, our first place for the 180 Nutrition Good Sport 5 kilometres. Go crazy for Adam Pike! Thank you so much, everybody. That's our presentations concluded for today, but the fun has not stopped by any means here. We have plenty coming down, plenty of people crossing the line today. You're going to see costumes, you're going to see tears, you're going to see laughter, you're going to hugs and kisses. And I need every one of you spectators here to help me get through it. It's going to be incredible. It's a huge festival. We're so proud to be back here at the MCG. Big shout out thanks to 180 Nutrition Good Sport for their sponsorship of the 5 kilometres, doing an outstanding job. Very happy and proud to be affiliated with those guys. We can't run these big events without the help of these sort of companies, so thank you so much for everything you're doing. Well done. Congratulations to all our winners. Thank you, Brodie. Thank you so much. Guys, still plenty to happen down here on the finish line. Danny and Danny, we will take you through it. We'll get you through the day because you're going to love every moment of this. It's all part of the 2022 Nike Melbourne Marathon. Oh, what a day it's been for the 44th edition of the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival. Over 34,000 participants across 6 events throughout the course of the day, back to its pre-COVID format, and there's been a lot of smiles and laughter and enjoyment here at the MCG and Batman Avenue, Sean Whipp. It's been such an enjoyable day.
Yeah, what a day, Trent. As you said, amazing to see, you know, over 35,000 people involved in a sold-out half marathon and fantastic depth at the elite end of all of our races today as well.
Hey, let's go through the winners, and we've had so many great winners throughout the course of the morning. In the 10-kilometre Sri Lankan Airlines event, we had Dale Carroll take out line honours in the men's category, and Caitlin Adams was our winner in the women's category. Followed then by the half marathon, the Nike half marathon. Jack Rayner made it back-to-back wins, and Jess Stenson just continued on her extremely good form to take out the win in the women's half marathon. Then we saw a course record in the Nike marathon. Kenyan runner Timothy Rona breaking the 9-year record held by Dominic Ordoro with a 2-hour, 9-minute, 13-second run, which was absolutely fantastic. And the Kenyan runner in the female category, Beatrice Cheptu, also took out line honours, and Timothy Rona, I should say, absolutely unbelievable with the run that he produced today.
Yeah, Rona really put on a clinic. You know, he knew what he was asked to do in coming to Melbourne, and that was get a time under 2:10, and exactly what he did. Negative split the whole way, no stress.
He was fantastic. And the 180 Good Nutrition Sport 5-kilometre run was taken out by Adam Pike in the men's category, and Piper Gay went back-to-back in the women's category. A big shout out to all of our major partners of the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Our title partner, Nike. Our premium partners, Sri Lankan Airlines, BMW, Gatorade and Bupa. And our associate partners, Morton, 180 Good Sport, the City of Melbourne, St Ali, Deptac, Pullman on Swanston and Pete. We're going to cross down to the ground level of the MCG with Aaron, Jimmy, Danny and Danny. Alrighty, we are down here on the finish line. This is the part of the day where all the commentators get together and we say thank you to everyone and just sort of reconnect on how our day's gone. And what a day it has been. And the fact is, we're back. We're back after, you know, a couple of years here. Won't even go into all that, but we're back, and what a feeling it was back here in the MCG and down here at the finish line particularly. We have seen some unbelievable running today, from the elites to people giving it a go for the first time, to you know, just people stepping up their mark. And then we've got behind us these amazing charities, which I just love this part of the day. It's been an incredible day. How's it been for you guys?
Absolutely amazing. I love being out on the floor, watching everyone come across the finish line. You know, happy tears, sad tears, hugs, sweaty hugs, high fives. You know, meeting some really great runners and clubs and people, and hearing their stories and their motivations for why they run is truly inspiring stuff. You know, I'm going to have to toss up about whether I want this job next year or if I'm going to run again.
Jimmy, we've been down at the start line. I feel like an Instagram feed where it's like how it started. And Trent and Sean upstairs have got the live feed beaming down and giving you a blow-by-blow description how it's going and then how it ended. So it's great to be down here back on the holy turf of the MCG, but we've been able to see it from the start, and I think Jimmy and I have been talking about the smiles, the sheer joy that's been on the faces of all of our athletes, but their supporters as well. They're back in the stands. It's just great to have everyone back. But we were talking about over $1 million raised for the charities as well. Various charities, runners going through, and you would have seen they would have been posting fundraisers and those sort of things, but it's got to be up to nearly 2 million by the end of this. I think it's been so many, and just people running for a great cause. So that's the stuff that has brought my day even that much brighter.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Some of those statistics are quite amazing. To have over 35,000 people, the Nike Melbourne Marathon Festival, to have 6 different events that families, friends can participate in, can run a personal best time. We talk about inspirational, aspirational goals. It's great that there's a mix of both, but just to be part of it, to see our sponsors, the backbone of what we do, to be back out here again today, it's just absolutely fantastic. To all the volunteers, it's a real heartbeat, the MCG. It is the Coliseum, and to be able to use it with 35,000 athletes, participants, and then to have families and friends here as well. Absolutely wonderful to put together an amazing day. And Melbourne, the weather turned it on. So what a day for us here. Not much wind, not too hot, so perfect running conditions, great spectating conditions. And for 2022, that is a wrap for the Nike Melbourne Marathon. Thanks for joining us, and we very much look forward to having you back next year.
Potassium helps prevent muscle cramps. Runners helping runners, where runners help runners. How can I help you?
Oh, everything's bad.
Try less bad news and more endorphins. A longer run can help you find that runner's high.
Everything's gonna be okay!
Runners helping runners.
It's not working out with my running partner.
I see. Helps on the way, mate.
It's good to run with someone who pushes your pace.
It's good to be alive! Hey, hey!
Periscope down.
I don't think I really want to do this anymore.
She's nearing the quit apex.
Not on my watch. Sounded like you need some motivation. How about joining a run club?
Where do I join?